Hi everyone! Welcome. Today I will be playing Phantom of the Twilight. I believe the game recently came out, like a week ago or something, so it's a very new game. I can only see 3 Steam reviews for it, for now. And I don't know, I've looked a little bit into the demo just to see if it's something I would like, and it seems interesting so far. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing with it. If I like it, I'll buy the game and play a full playthrough of it. So yeah, let's go. My dearest, you are always the most special presence in my heart. I vow to always be by your side, through thick and thin, with all my love. I'll keep the name as Lucy. Yeesh. Also, this game is voiced, Korean voiced, so very interesting. 18 Lakers Street, London. Oh, look at the time. It took too long for me to choose the handkerchief for my lady's birthday. She must be waiting for me. My, what would she do without us? The woman heard another set of footsteps echoing from the dark alleyway behind her and turned around, nervous. Huh? Something feels off. I should make haste back to the mansion. She heard her footsteps to outpace them, but the other set of footsteps grew faster and faster as well. The woman started running without even looking back. However, she realized she didn't have enough time and quickly changed directions towards the streets. It seemed safer to head out to the streets and blend in with the crowd. Oh, you waited 9 whole minutes for the stream to start? I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. I was struggling to start it. My bad. The woman was certain that someone was following her. Fearful of the footsteps that she was unable to make distance from, she ran, feeling like her lungs were about to burst, until she finally approached the bright light. There's a shop that's still open, thank heavens. I should go in there. As the woman slowed down in relief, she was dragged back into the darkness that she so desperately tried to escape from. Interesting. The men are very fine, by the way. Next day, Lindere Mansion?
아가씨? 아가씨?
The sunlight peeking through the thin curtains, the soft and comfortable sheets, and the sound of birds gleefully singing. It's been a while since the morning felt this relaxing. I'd like to stay in bed a little longer. I was well aware of who was attempting to wake me up.
예정된 시간에서 벌써 10분이나 지났습니다.
The strictly punctual butler of the Lindera estate always disapproved of me sleeping in like this.
아가씨?
Nice voice. It's such a nice day. 10 minutes should be fine. If I hide under the sheets really quickly, maybe...
무의미한 일이라는 걸 알면서도 왜 매번 도전하시는 걸까요?
Look at his hands, so pretty. Oh my god.
이럴수록 아가씨의 오늘 휴식 시간이 줄어들 뿐인데요.
Charlie, do be sensible.
그럼요.
That's really short for something that long. Okay. I haven't had a break like this for quite some time, and I've had to suffer through countless balls because of father. I'm utterly exhausted.
사실관계는 정확하게 말씀하셔야죠. 아가씨가 아직 피곤하다고 느끼는 건 며칠 동안 계속 밤을 새서 책을 읽고 잤기 때문이에요.
Do you blame me? Those dense nobles who think they're the new sages were affecting my sanity and intelligence.
그건 이해합니다만 밤새 책을 읽으신 건 아가씨의 자업자득이죠. 그걸 핑계삼아 언제까지 이렇게 빈둥거리실 생각이죠? 이런 건 3살 이후로 졸업하셨어야죠.
He's so rude! 3-year-old children? Quite the exaggeration.
제 눈에 당신은 항상 3살짜리 어린애나 다름없습니다.
So rude. It's because you've been alive for too long.
부정은 할 수 없겠네요.
It wasn't often that the sunlight was this strong, and it was shining down behind a beautiful silver-haired man before me, creating a picturesque scene. As I looked into his blood-colored eyes, I felt like acting like an actual 3-year-old child. Why don't you help me up then? As a 3-year-old, it's hard to get up from bed all by myself. It was an obvious joke, but Charlie, upon hearing me, smiled ear to ear. If someone else were to see his face right now, they would assume he was the sweetest butler there ever was.
뻔뻔하시긴. 정말 3살짜리 어린애보다 더 강적이시군요.
But he isn't.
지금 그 명을 내리신 걸 후회하게 될 겁니다.
I like him. What? I only asked that you help me out. What are you going to do?
3살짜리 어린애처럼 대접받길 원하셨으니 그대로 해드려야죠. 따뜻한 목욕물부터 욕조에 받아놓는 게 좋겠군요. 어린아이는 아침에 체온이 떨어지기 쉬우니 일단 푹 담가서 구석구석 씻겨드린 후에
Okay.
손가락 하나 까딱하지 않게 하나하나 옷을 직접 입혀드리고 그 다음에는 베이비시트에 앉힌 뒤 유아식을.
3-year-olds don't need this. That's a toddler, like a little infant. Stop. Fine, I'll get up. Because I am an adult who is capable of getting up alone.
아쉽네요. 꽤 재미있을 것 같았는데.
With a mischievous laugh, he politely bowed and headed out.
눈 회복에 좋은 블루베리 차를 준비해 놓을 테니 씻고 서재로 내려오세요.
Charlie, known to be the very competent butler of the Lindera estate, was on the job as always. Sorry. The Linderas have been maintaining Earl status for quite a long time, and the smallest misstep led to a mountain of paperwork. It hadn't been long since I succeeded my father in handling tasks as the Countess, but I was constantly reminded of how difficult things actually were.
아가씨, 조금 쉬다 하시죠.
Oh, is it tea time already? I removed myself from the desk that was supporting countless documents and sat on the sofa. Charlie handed me a warm cup of black tea and a piece of apple pie. The Earl Grey is decent today.
오늘 레드 와인도 나쁘지 않군요.
Tea time at 3 in the afternoon. As the Linderas have always prioritized taking breaks, even if the midst of a hectic day, I used that time to enjoy a cup of tea while Charlie indulged in a glass of wine. It was because he was unable to taste anything other than wine. I think I'm almost done for the day.
꽤 빠르시군요. 백장님께서 아가씨께 역할을 맡긴 지 얼마 되지 않는 것 치고는 불평 한마디 없이 꽤 잘하고 계시는 것 같습니다.
Is that so? Safe? Is that really it? Okay, good. No. Sorry, I'm not used to using a mouse. No. Confess that it's been difficult? What's the point of lying to him? It's not easy pretending to be competent. I still have lots to learn, and I'm always worried if I'm doing a good enough job.
귀족에게는 그런 허세도 중요하죠. 그런 면에서 아가씨는 이미 충분히 잘하고 계시는데요.
That doesn't sound like a compliment.
그건 기분 탓입니다. 저는 언제나 아가씨에게 칭찬받게 하지 않는걸요.
If I'm skilled at bluffing, that's all thanks to you, Charlie. Anyways, this concerns the lives of everyone living on the estate. I'm not capable of personally taking care of everyone in this area, but this is the least I can do.
훌륭하십니다.
Charlie swirled the half-empty wine glass and grinned towards me. I got up from my seat, picking up the cold tea and one bite of the apple pie I had left. Let's take care of the smaller tasks first. My lady. Hmm? A maid rushed into the room, breathing heavily. Charlie put down his glass and frowned slightly as he turned to speak to her.
루이스? 지금 노크도 하지 않고 서재문을 연 겁니까? 아무리 신입이라 해도 이건 기본이 안 되어 있는 것 같은데. 누가 이런 식으로 가르쳤죠? 에블린? 메리?
You have such a nice voice. My apologies, but...
변명은 필요 없어요. 지금 당장 나가서 문을 닫고 노크한 후 대답을 기다리세요. 아가씨의 허락이 떨어지지 않는 한 절대 먼저 문을 열지 말아요.
Charlie, please. You have to listen to me. Mary is...
루이스? 문을 닫고 나가라고 했을 텐데요. 당신 교육 담당이 메리입니까? 그녀는 이런 식으로 어설프게 가르치지 않을 텐데.
Mary. Mary's dead. What? I wasn't fully paying attention to Charlie and Louise's conversation until I heard the unthinkable and dropped my cup of tea.
이런. 아가씨, 홍차를 치마에 전부 흘리셨군요. 닦을 것을 가지고 오죠.
That's not the problem here. Louise, what did you just say? I approached Louise with vacant eyes, stepping on the apple pie on the way, and grasped Louise's shoulders as she shuddered, just hoping that what I heard was nothing but a bad joke. Mary was killed. However, I could tell that she was telling the truth. Nice ass. Sorry, that came out accidentally. There's like 4 guys, I think. My favorite, by the looks. The baker. The one I like has like massive chest. Yes. Oh dear, what a tragedy. This is the 3rd time, isn't it? Someone being discovered like this? I heard it's getting more brutal each time. It seems someone was violently hacked with a knife. Heavens, there's even a pool of blood. This isn't a show. Step away from the scene. We will be questioning witnesses based on those who live nearby. The location that Louis told me was already crowded. The 3rd time? Violently hacked? Who was? Mary was?
꽤 넓은 범위에서 아주 진한 피냄새가 나는군요. 보아하니 아직 현장 그대로의 상태일 것 같은데 꼭 직접 눈으로 보셔야겠습니까? 살해당한 사람이 정말로 메리라면 아가씨가 충격이 클 겁니다.
I'm aware. I guess it would be a bit frightening. I don't know if I can stay sane, since it's my first time coming to a scene like this. But if it's truly Mary on the floor there, I can't ignore it. So, if I am to stumble, I'll trust you to catch me.
정말 고집불통이시군요. 그냥 보지 않으시면 해결될 일을.
Charlie?
그 자리에 주저앉으셔도 됩니다. 아가씨를 부축하는 건 언제든 제 할 일이니까요.
I don't want to embarrass myself like that. Took a deep breath and walked past the crowd, closer to the body. Passing by. Oh my, Lady Lucy? Why is she here? I could hear people talk, but that wasn't important. As I approached the police line, I could hear my own heartbeat faster and faster. And when I reached the closest point to the scene, I could see a hand poking out of the cloth covering the body. The ground she was lying on was drenched in crimson blood, and I instinctively knew this was the start of an unusual case. Perhaps that body isn't Mary. It could be someone else. Louise might have mistaken it for Mary. Well, even if it were someone else, it doesn't change the fact that someone faced a gruesome death. I was struggling to accept everything that was happening before my eyes. I was blankly standing in front of the police line when someone approached me, a detective who seemed to be in charge of the scene.
그쪽은 린델 백 작가의 영입은 맞습니까?
Yes, I am.
여긴 당신 같은 귀한 분이 가볍게 놀러 올 만한 곳은 아닐 텐데요.
Gawking at? The man who was scanning me up and down with his emerald eyes didn't seem to have a good impression of me. As a noble family that has held power for a long time, we had plenty of enemies and were often the targets of unfounded hostility.
이건 구경거리가 아닙니다. 계속 여기 서 있으면 수사에 방해가 되니 자리를 피해 주시죠.
However, it could have been Mary who was the one on the cold hard ground, and I had no intentions of backing out until I examined it for myself. Steve. Logical rebuttal? I'm not here to gawk at anything. The victim seems to be someone I know. I'm here to check her identity. I don't believe we've met before. If you recognized who I was, wouldn't it have been more appropriate to ask why I was here? As you mentioned, this isn't a scene for someone of my stature to be gawking at. I tried my best to maintain my calm and make my argument, and the man quietly stared back.
그 말이 맞네요. 무리를 사과드리죠.
He apologized and didn't try to put up a fight, which was unexpected. He soon took out a notebook from his pocket.
그럼 여길 찾아온 이유에 대해서 묻죠. 왜 오신 거죠? 피해...
Sorry. If the victim is Mayor Chapman, yes.
불행한 일이지만 맞습니다. 정보는 어디서 듣고 왔죠?
Mary is a maid who has been working for the Linders for quite a long time. There's a girl, Louise, who Mary was close with. Louise said that Mary had not come back after going out to buy something. And I'm here now because Louise came back from her outing and heard about Mary. Apparently one of the witnesses recognized Mary on the ground.
알겠습니다. 그럼 조만간 참고인 자격으로 얘기를 들어볼 가치는 있겠네요. 때가 되면 백 작가로 찾아갈 테니 나머지는 경찰에게 맡기고 저택으로 돌아가서 차나 마시면서 기다리시죠.
What a dick! Excuse me? Wait, is that it?
아직 현장에서 해야 할 일이 많아서요.
He put his notebook back in his pocket and crossed the police line back into the scene. I wanted to hear more about the case. How will things be handled here? What will happen to Mary? I had a plethora of questions, but it didn't seem like the man was going to provide any answers. Charlie, I believe Amors? What's with these words I can't pronounce? Amors? Is somewhere nearby, right?
그렇죠. 바로 저 앞이니까요.
The Korean pronunciation does not help. Perhaps Felix has some information. I should head there. I left the scene and made my way to Amors. Sorry if I'm butchering things.
어서 오세요. 아, 아가씨, 웬일로 여기까지 오셨어요?
I felt consoled by the sweet aroma that enveloped me as soon as I walked into the shop. Felix was standing behind the counter and gave me a bright smile as he saw me come in.
아가씨가 드실 만한 케이크는 이미 전부 백 작가로 보냈는데 혹시 제가 이번에 보낸 것들이 마음에 들지 않으셨던 건가요? 지금 당장 가게에 있는 메뉴는 많지 않지만 이거라도 드셔보실래요?
He went into the kitchen behind the counter to fetch something before I even had the chance to respond. What is this?
체리 푸딩 케이크인데
Ooh.
어떠세요?
It's really not the appropriate time, but I feel bad rejecting him. And I also like food, so... Except take the cake. It made my mouth water to see the pudding cake with the stunning red cherry on top. I unconsciously took the fork that Felix was holding out. Perhaps just one bite?
한 입 말고 다 드셔도 돼요. 당신을 위해서 만든 거니까요.
No. My, this is amazing! It's a little tart, but sweet and smooth. Why haven't you sent this to the estate before?
시행착오를 좀 겪었거든요. 마음에 들어요?
I do! Please send these to the estate from now on.
그럴게요.
Felix smiled, and I finished the whole piece of cake. Ah, please have mercy. Please. Damn. Ah, why me? Please don't.
그냥 죽어.
Charlie and I kept searching for the culprit, and the police conducted an extensive investigation. However, just because I ate some cakes? That's really rude! However, the brutal murders continued to occur all around London. People called that period the Bloody Nightmare. You're a monster! The culprit is still on the loose, and we couldn't do anything about it. Just because I ate cake? What's wrong with me eating cake? That's fucked up.
황혼의 유령.
It's so unfair. At least we got a bad
체리
ending.
푸딩 케이크인데 어떠세요?
Oh, okay. Refuse. Say it's not an appropriate time. The pudding cake looked delicious with its cherry on top, but I turned away from the tempting dessert. Felix, now's not a good time. I'm not here to eat cake.
그게 아니더라도 한번 드셔보세요. 자신 있게 만든 케이크거든요.
I'll try it another time.
그렇게 말씀하시곤 저번에도 잊어버리셨으면서. 알겠어요.
He seemed a little disappointed, but he shrugged and moved on. Anyway, Felix, have you heard?
어떤 소식이요?
This morning, near your shop, there was a...
살인 사건 말씀하시는군요. 왜 모르겠어요. 바로 저 앞에서 일어났는데.
Have you heard anything about the case? Witnesses, suspects, or why Mary died?
글쎄요. 정확하게는 저도 잘 몰라요. 아침에 갑자기 누군가가 여기 시체가 있다며 비명을 질렀고 경찰이 와서 보더니 살인 사건이라고 하더라고요. 그리고는 보다시피 저렇게 밤낮으로 증거를 찾겠다고 길을 막아놨어요. 손님들 말로는 몇 번이나 칼에 배를 찔려서 죽었대요.
I heard that too.
그렇군요. 왜 이렇게 흉흉한 일이 일어났는지 모르겠네요. 아가씨는 괜찮으세요?
I'm okay. Felix doesn't know anything either. I had no choice but to come back to the mansion, having gained no information on Mary's death. That night, I was alone in the study, deep in thought. Maybe it's best to just wait until the case is closed, like that detective said. But after I forced myself to swallow the dinner that was prepared for me, I felt troubled whenever I stood on the balcony to look down at the garden Mary used to tend to, or whenever I saw the handkerchiefs she used to iron for me. Is there nothing I can do besides just waiting?
아가씨, 제가 도와드릴까요?
For what?
고민하고 계시잖아요. 메리를 위해 뭐라도 하고 싶어서.
I guess there's no hiding it from you.
당연하죠. 당신이 눈도 뜨지 못하고 올 때부터 봐왔으니까요.
Right. I know there's not much I can do. I'm certain someone will accuse me of meddling in affairs where I don't belong. But Mary was like a family to me. If I can use the Lindaren name to do something, I'd like to do it.
아가씨가 원하신다면 그렇게 해야죠. 그 누가 뭐라고 하든지요.
Charlie smiled gently as he handed me a warm glass of milk. The next day, Charlie and I head to a college that was famous for attracting nobles who liked to study. King's College? Why are we here?
여기에 아가씨를 도와줄 사람이 있거든요.
Is that so? Who is it?
직접 만나보시면 압니다. 자, 이제부터는 혼자 가세요. 저기 보이는 401호에 있을 겁니다.
You've come all this way just to send me alone into the room? What about you?
제가 지금 아가씨와 같이 가면 도망칠 게 뻔했어요.
Interesting. What? Why? Charlie was gone with the wind without having answered my questions. The last thing I saw was a cryptic smile on his face. There should be a reason he's acting that way. I was curious, but this wasn't the first time Charlie was acting weird. I left the thought behind and made my way to the room. Room 401. This must be it. There was a small nameplate next to the door. Harvey Ross, Department of Psychology? Is he a professor here at King's College? I knocked on the door and a gentle voice answered from within.
네, 들어오세요.
Excuse me. I took a deep breath and carefully opened the door. A man was leaning against the desk, reading a book under the sunlight that was shining down from the broad windows. The man's blonde hair was loosely tied, and he was wearing a dark crimson suit, which matched his eyes. He let a guest in, but did not even turn to look at who had come in. Greetings, I'm Lucy. I introduced myself, and the eyes that were fixated on the book turned to me. My heart skipped a beat at his indifferent face, as his indifferent face turned into a soft smile.
이름은 익숙한데 처음 보는 얼굴이네요.
I mean, Lucy is a pretty common name.
이 학교의 학생은 아닌 것 같은데 무슨 일로 날 찾아왔죠?
I thought Charlie knew him. He seems to have no clue as to why I'm here. I wanted to interrogate Charlie about what was going on, but at the moment I had no choice but to answer his question. Safe. Both options seems pretty bad. This is lying. I don't want to lie, so ask if he does detective work. Perhaps he also works as a detective, apart from his professor occupation. I carefully asked the question with uncertainty. The nameplate said you were a psychology professor. Have you ever investigated a crime-related case? What does psychology have to do with it? Huh?
그런 건 왜 물어보죠?
Well, what's happening? Charlie told me that he was going to be helpful. I was worried that the conversation would end here, so I decided to come clean. I'll be honest. There's a case that I want to look into. Will you help me investigate it?
이름이 뭐라고 하셨죠? 나는 말 그대로 심리학과 교수이지
Yeah.
탐정이 아니에요.
What's the... There's no correlation.
당신은 정확히 내게 뭘 부탁하러 온 거죠?
Oh, well... Why on earth did Charlie bring me here? I was still lost, but I decided to try to convince the professor to help me with the investigation. I'm not asking you to solve the case. And I am not delusional enough to think that I could solve the case alone. I would just like some assistance in making more sense of this whole case. What are the inner workings of a perpetrator who commits these awful crimes? Where did the culprit kill Mary? These are the questions I'm hoping to know the answers to.
심리학을 배운다고 그 심리를 완벽하게 이해하게 된다면 당신은 이미 스스로가 아니라 그 범인이겠죠.
Thank God. I thought he was like going to answer like actually. It would be like a very bad description of psychology. Thank you.
당신이 그 심연을 오랫동안 들여다본다면 심연 또한 당신을 들여다보게 될 테니까요.
Do you mean to tell me that it is reckless to even try?
그렇지는 않아요. 계기가 무엇이든 진리를 탐구하는 것은 항상 옳은 시도니까요.
He closed his book, stood upright, and looked back at me. Anyway, I'm here because Charlie told me about this place and...
찰리?
I tried to progress the conversation, but I soon realized I had made a mistake. As I mentioned the name Charlie, his face turned stone cold. And...
이제야 기억이 났나 보네요.
Where did he come from? Before Harvey could step back and open the door, Charlie was blocking his path with a relaxed smile. With a short, heavy sigh, Harvey attempted to walk past Charlie, ignoring his question. However, Charlie did not budge.
지금 아가씨와 얘기 중일 텐데 어딜 나가려고?
비켜요. 난 더 이상 얘기할 생각이 없습니다.
누구 맘대로. 그 누구도 함부로 아가씨와의 대화를 끊을 수 없어.
What's going on between them? I can sense that there's bad blood. Yes, tell him to stay like a dog. That's not gonna help. Tell Charlie to back down. Charlie, stand back. You said he was going to help us. Why are you so aggressive with him? You're making things worse.
아가씨 일을 돕는 건 당연한 일입니다. 이자에게 하고 안 하고를 결정할 권리 따위는 없어요. 아직도 그 사실을 인지하고 있지 않은 것 같아서 교육하려고 했을 뿐입니다.
I doubt that that's the correct way to do things right now.
아가씨가 그렇게 말씀하신다면요.
Charlie stepped away from the door without the slightest change in expression.
그 이름을 들었을 때 알아챘어야 하는데 린델가의 개가 되어버린 당신이 머무르는 곳이었다는 걸요.
알아챘어도 소용없어요. 어차피 이렇게 될 거였을 테니.
It seems like he knows why Charlie's with the Linders. That means... I looked into Harvey's eyes, which were glaring at Charlie's. They had a similar red hue to Charlie's eyes, but slightly darker. Are you a vampire as well?
언제인지는 정확하게 기억이 나지 않지만 100년 전쯤 병에 걸려 죽어가던 젊은 남자에게 제 피를 나눠줬던 건 기억합니다. 하지만 이제는 거의 반쪽짜리라고 할 수 있죠. 한동안 흡혈을 하지 않았으니.
How would you know that, Charlie?
그에게서 인간의 피 냄새가 나질 않으니까요.
I see. I knew that Charlie's blood can turn people into immortal vampires, as Charlie is the original vampire. Okay, just casually drop that on me. I also knew that the vampires he created lived among us in secret. Seemed like Harvey was one of them.
내 개인적인 일을 허락도 없이 잘도 털어놓는군요.
Aww, now I feel bad.
당신은 나를 만들어냈다는 이유 하나만으로 여전히 오만하고 깔보는 듯한 시선으로 쳐다보곤 하죠.
당연한 일입니다. 내
Dude.
피로 태어난 후손이니 다시 죽이든 살리든 그 누구도 뭐라고 할 수 없지 않나요?
That's so rude though.
아가씨 이외에 내 존중을 받을 수 있는 인간 따위 존재하지 않아요.
나 또한 당신에게 존중받고 싶은 생각 따위 없어요. 그러니 지금 그냥 나가주세요.
Wait, Professor.
말해두지만 당신이 저자가 섬기는 사람이란 걸 안 이상 협조할 수는 없어요. 게다가 다시 말하지만 난 경찰도 아니고 탐정도 아니에요. 조사하고 싶은 사건이 무엇이든 간에 내가 정보를 얻을 방법도 없고 알고 싶지도 않아요. 난 도움이 되지 못할 거예요. 그러니 돌아가 주세요.
Professor. I turned to Harvey, hoping he'd recognize how important this was, but he looked away and sat down behind his desk with a guilty expression. He was making it clear that he did not wish to engage in any more conversation. I'll be visiting again. I stood there for a moment before I made my departure with a short goodbye. I scolded Charlie as soon as I returned to the mansion. You are to blame here, Charlie. We were there to ask for help, yet we were overly ill-mannered.
그자는 뱀파이어가 된 순간부터 제게 호의적인 태도는 아니었습니다. 예전에도 왜 멋대로 뱀파이어로 만들었냐면서 저를 원망하는 말을 쏟아낸 적이 많았거든요. 아마 도와달라고 두 손 들고 빌어도 별 소용은 없었을 거예요. 오히려 미친 거냐고 헛소리나 들었겠죠.
Then why ask him to help? I don't understand. What? Then how were you going to get his help?
힘으로 밀어붙일 생각이었습니다만.
Bruh. Thank you, Lucy. You get me. Charlie was undoubtedly a brilliant butler, but he could be quite eccentric when it came to interacting with people other than me. I wasn't sure if being the original vampire made him that way, or if he was always like that.
재미있는 능력을 가지고 있는 자라서 이전부터 가끔 찾아가서 도움을 받곤 했었어요. 그래서 이번에도 들러본 것인데.
Sounds like you didn't ask for his help. Rather, you forced him to help.
뭐 본인은 그렇게 생각할지도 모르죠.
Charlie, you're too shameless sometimes.
아무튼 그때보다 더 완고해졌네요. 죽을 때가 되어서 그런 건지.
Huh?
일단 다른 방법을 좀 더 생각해보죠.
Fine. I leaned on the soft sofa and became lost in thought. As far as I was aware, oh no! Mary had a young daughter who lived with her relatives and did not own a house. Maybe the crime scene has been cleared now. What happens to the body that's taken away from the crime scene? It seems right that I hold the funeral for her. Questions lead to more questions without any answers. I felt frustrated. Got up from the sofa and put on my coat again. Charlie, I'm going back to the crime scene.
동행하겠습니다.
As always, Charlie disappeared into the dark with a smile. The brutal murder scene was mostly cleaned up, as expected. However, there were still police lines surrounding the area where Mary was. It seems like they still don't want people to pass. Mary... I put down the flower bouquet I made with the flowers from the garden she used to tend to, and reminisced about the face of a friend who is not with us anymore. She would sometimes nag me more than Charlie, but she was a kind person who would treat me with love. She used to give embroidery for my birthday every year. Should have told her not to go out that night. Should have given her something to do at the house so she wouldn't have gone out. Couldn't stop thinking about the things I had no power to change. Sorrowful feelings of loss echoed inside me. At that moment, I heard someone's footsteps approach, and before I knew it, I was hiding in the alleyway. Oh, that's the detective from this morning. He was holding a bouquet of white flowers under the faint street light. He slowly walked up to the scene of the crime and came to a halt.
먼저 왔다간 손님이 있는 건가?
He's very pretty. I heard him muttering as he looked at the flower bouquet I put down earlier. Is he here to put down flowers as well? But it didn't seem like he knew Mary. Murders were not an oddity in London. I lost someone close to me, but it was interesting to see a detective, who was probably in charge of several cases, visit with flowers. He was so heartless with me earlier. I was stared by his calm, serious eyes, which were completely different from when he was looking at me this morning. Oh dear. I was wondering whether I should leave quietly before he noticed me, when my footsteps alerted him to my presence.
거긴 누구지?
He's so pretty! Oh my god. I guess I have no choice. I awkwardly walked out of the alleyway. I don't think he'd like it if I ask if I can join him, so I'll just say I was about to go back. That bouquet is for me, for Mary. I'll be heading back now.
묵념하러 온 겁니까? 도중이었던 것 같은데 여기 있어도 됩니다. 제가 불청객인 듯하니까요.
Thank you. He seemed to instantly understand what was happening and was kind enough to suggest that I stay. I decided I would accept it. I shrugged and stood next to him, quietly paying my respects. I thought about all the times I spent with her, with gratitude and admiration. I'll take care of your family, Mary. Watch over your daughter until she grows up to become a brilliant young woman. I could sense that he was staring at me. What is it? Did you actually think that I was going to be drinking tea like you said?
실례되는 얘기겠지만 그럴 거라고 생각했습니다.
Rude. Rude indeed.
꽃이 예쁘군요.
I just picked them from the garden Mary used to tend to. She would have been appalled at how big I made the bouquet. Now there's no one who would scold me for it.
그녀는 기뻐할 겁니다.
That smooth, low voice was rather different from when I first met him. Felt a little better thanks to his effort to console me. A chill breeze swept past us as we were standing side by side in silence. I know you're right. I know there's not much I can do. Being as upset at this injustice is probably the only thing I can do. Still, if circumstances allow it, I would like to do whatever I can. Even if you tell me to stay out of it, I will probably poke around and investigate. That can lead you to like some serious crimes if you say that right in front of a detective. I don't know. Isn't that like illegal? You don't say that. I can't protect all the people who live here. But I can't help but hope for the safety and happiness of those within my reach. Even if it looks selfish from the outside.
현실적이군요.
Put down the bouquet he was holding and continued speaking.
지나치게 높은 이상을 주장하는 것보다는 좋다고 생각합니다. 분수에 넘치는 욕심이 항상 일을 망치게 만드니까요.
Right.
형사로서는 말려야 한다고 생각합니다만 개개인이 하는 일까지 제가 일일이 알 필요는 없겠죠.
Does that mean?
당신이 하고 싶은 대로 마음껏 하면 됩니다.
That's not good, no? Like, you shouldn't let us do that.
단 수사를 방해하지 않는 선에서요.
I thought I caught a glimpse of a faint grin on his face, but by the time I realized it, he was already gone.
황혼의 유령.
That's it? That's it? How am I supposed to know how good the game is? Fine, I'll buy it right now. Wait, just let me buy it first. Well, actually, while I buy it, I'm gonna go to the toilet, so be right back.
황혼 유령.
Okay, should be good. Hey! Gah! Oh, come on, you've gotta be joking. I have to redo everything, including the bad ending? Eh? Okay, wait. Let me think. Special? Yup. Fine. Should I do Lucy or Vere? I don't know. Yes, I'm alive again. Hello. Should I use Vere? Should I use Lucy? Lucy feels weird, honestly. I'll just do Vere. Sorry for the sudden change in name. Oh my god, can you not? Wait, sorry, the game is being a little mean to me. Yeah. I'm gonna skip a lot. I hope my clicking isn't too loud. Usually I try to use the touchscreen, but... Wait, option? Oh, there we go. There we go. It's been difficult. Can I skip this? No? I'll shut up this time then. Oh shit. Okay. A bit frightening. Okay, let's save first. And then I'm going to get the bad ending. Oh my god, let me... Amazing. I cannot eat cake. Bad game.
황혼의 유령.
Now I want cake. Okay. No, wait. Okay. Chapter 2. Next morning, I got up earlier than usual and prepared to leave the house.
그래서 뭐부터 하실 생각이십니까?
We should go look for witnesses.
목격자는 이미 경찰에서 전부 찾아보지 않았을까요?
I assume so. That's why I'm going to look for witnesses using a different method.
좋은 전략이네요.
How? It was a conclusion I came to after careful thought, and Charlie made a satisfied grin. The Linders were the landowners of the area for a long time, and we were now in charge of most of the business districts on the Laker Street. I took over my father's work, which led to me overseeing the area and getting acquainted with the people. My goal today was to obtain new information while roaming the Laker Street shops near the scene of the crime. My lady, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet? Would you like some food from our shop? You helped our family out a lot when you purchased all those vegetables from us. We can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm just glad I could purchase all those quality vegetables before they went to waste. I was chatting with a few people who recognized me when I felt someone tugging at my dress. Wait, sorry, the text speed is pissing me off. Please, my lady, I haven't eaten in so long. Huh? You are? It was the little girl that I encountered whenever I walked past the street. I don't know if she was abandoned by her parents or if she was from a poor household. I always felt sympathetic towards the thin, foul-smelling child who was too shy to even beg properly. Isn't that a bit mean to say? I momentarily pondered on what I should give to the child. Definitely food. You can't eat the coin. Also, it can be taken by other people. So yeah, hand her some bread. I knew that food she could eat right away was better than money. Charlie, hand the girl some bread.
알겠습니다.
Who walks around carrying bread? Charlie wait, did I skip something? I always carried around bread in case this happened. This is like me, but back then I was feeding strays a lot, and I just carried around a bunch of chicken nuggets. Charlie, quite used to the situation, took some food out of his pocket and handed it to the girl. Whenever you get hungry, come to 220 Laker Street on Monday. They should give you a week's worth of bread. Thank you. Thank you, my lady. Wait! The girl bowed and was about to leave when I abruptly stopped her. If she's always roaming this area, perhaps she saw something? I wanted to talk to the girl. Do you remember the murder that happened here not too long ago? Just keeping a snack for later. I guess so, but she's a noble lady. Why would she carry around bread? That's what I was thinking. I do. It was horrible. I don't want to think about it ever again. You don't want to think about it? Then, were you in this area that night? Yes, that should be the night. I was walking home after receiving some leftover bread from the Laker Street, and then I found a lady lying on the ground. I got scared and tried to run away when I saw two men rummaging through her clothes. And the next day I heard that she was a dead woman. If the child was telling the truth, this was critical information. I exchanged looks with Charlie and quietly nodded. We continued looking around the area and talking to people, but the girl's story was the only worthwhile lead. I suppose we have no choice but to look for those men. Crime scene is still off limits anyway. The sun was slowly setting as I was deep in thought. I looked up at the buildings that were covered in an orange hue and let out a sigh. Where should I start looking for those men? They must be criminals, given how they rifled through a woman who was brutally murdered. They're not going to be easy to find. And at that moment... Shh! No sudden movements. Seems like your daddy's got money. Give up all your possessions if you don't want to end up a corpse, right here. I'll let you live if you take all your clothes off too. Gross! As soon as I walked in an empty alleyway, someone, who I assumed to have been hiding in a corner, ambushed me and held a knife to my throat. Wasn't exactly unexpected, so I calmly looked around to assess the situation. There's two of them. How fortunate. They might not be the ones that the girls saw, but even so, I might be able to get some information if I interrogate them. What are you smiling about? Don't you understand what's happening? No, was I smiling? I guess my emotions were too revealing. I should spend more time practicing hiding them. What? Both options sound kinda dumb, honestly. Like, yeah, by the way, I know I'm getting, like, almost brutally murdered, but, like, are you witnesses? Or just stand down? Stand down, I guess? Tell them to stand back. Without any concern or fear whatsoever, I warned them. You better stand back if your life holds any worth to you. Knives are a dangerous tool. You wouldn't want to get hurt. And stay there. I have something to ask you two. She must be mad. What are you talking about? Don't you know what happened here? You want to end up like her? That was when I made up my mind. They should not be roaming free, regardless of if they are actually witnesses or not. Charlie, restrain them without killing them. I'll be questioning them about what happened that day.
아가씨가 분부하신 대로.
Charlie appeared out of the darkness with an alluring smile. The crimson in his eyes looked more vivid than usual, as if they were alluding to what was about to happen. After questioning the two robbers, I realized that they were indeed the two men that the girl had seen that night. How convenient! Charlie incapacitated them, as if they were playthings, then searched their hideout and found various items that they hadn't sold off yet. Some of them were stolen from Mary's body. Looking through all their items left a bitter taste in my mouth.
그리고 이게 마지막입니다.
This... Charlie handed me a brand new handkerchief that was taken out from a crinkled box. It did not take long for me to realize what it meant. Did Mary end up like that while getting my birthday gift?
확신할 수는 없지만 아무래도 그런 것 같군요.
How did this... I could clearly remember how she would embroider a handkerchief with a gleeful expression on her face every year. It was like someone had punched me in the gut. I could not breathe and I stumbled.
아가씨.
Charlie. As if he knew it would happen, Charlie was already standing in the direction I was falling towards. His strong arms supported my shoulders and he said,
무리해서 버티고 있을 필요는 없습니다. 저와 아가씨밖에 없는 이 공간에서는 감정에 솔직해져도 괜찮으니까요.
Thank you. I rested my head on his shoulders and I could feel all the overwhelming emotions settling down. I thought I had heard that blood did not flow in vampires' bodies like it did in humans. I could sense neither warmth nor heartbeat, but that silence brought about a sense of calm within me.
감정이 풍부한 것은 아가씨의 장점이지만 슬픔을 동반한 비극에 너무 젖어들지는 마세요. 눈앞의 사실을 받아들이고 그 다음 내가 취할 행동을 생각하세요. 어떤 선택을 하느냐에 따라 아가씨의 미래는 조금씩 달라질 테니까요.
I know. I remember you telling me that several times. In the past, I didn't fully understand what you meant. I just thought you were cold-hearted. But I think I know what you mean now.
좋은 일입니다. 원래 이런 아픔을 딛고 인간은 성장하는 것이니까요. 이미 시간이 멈춰버린 저와는 다르게 말이죠.
The conversation helped lift a small bit of weight from my chest. Wait, why are your gloves so tattered? I was late to notice something odd about Charlie's hand, which was organizing Mary's belongings.
아, 아까 칼을 손으로 잡다가 조금 긁혔나 봅니다.
What? You grabbed the blade with your hand? Are you hurt? Taken back, I inspected his hand, only to find a small smear of blood. You're bleeding. Are you alright?
글쎄요. 이렇게 멀쩡히 살아있으니 목숨에는 지장이 없지만 귀중한 피를 조금 잃었으니 조금 아깝다고 생각하고 있던 차였습니다.
You forgot you have to wake up in 5 hours? Bye, good night, please sleep well. Don't stay up if you have to wake up early. Bye bye. Then I know the right choice would probably be let Charlie drink your blood, but I just don't understand how it goes from, oh yes, I'm bleeding, here, drink my blood, and not, treat the injury. So I'm gonna treat the injury because that's weird. Let's treat your injury, Charlie.
제 상처가 어떻게 해야 낫는지는 아가씨도 잘 알고 계실 텐데요.
Of course. As the heir of Linders, I spent a long time together with Charlie. Sharing my blood with him was part of my private but ordinary routine, and the contract would probably last until the end of my days. Done with his meal, he pulled my clothes back up and smiled.
오늘
Whoa.
밤도 행복한 꿈을 꾸시길.
What? Hold up. Let Charlie drink your blood. Drink my blood, Charlie. It's almost time for you to feed anyway.
그럴까요?
This is why I reloaded. There we go. As the heir of the Linders, I spent a long time together with Charlie. Sharing my blood with him was part of my private but ordinary routine, and the contract would probably last until the end of my days.
아가씨의 피냄새는 언제 맡아도 황홀할 정도로 달콤하네요.
MC is so pretty though, like look at her. Dang. I'd bite her too. Is that so? I didn't dislike this interaction, but every time I felt his breath on my shoulders, and every time his sharp fangs pierced my skin, I could feel a tingling sensation, one that was not derived from pain.
정신이 아득해지는군요. 이제껏 수많은 사람의 피를 마셔왔지만 왜 유독 당신의 피는 이토록 나를 어지럽게 하는 건지. 방심하면 그대로 아가씨의 전부를 삼켜버릴 것만 같아서 제가 얼마나 노력하고 있는지 아십니까?
Oh, Charlie, don't. The blood that was once in rapid circulation was being slowly sucked out. I stumbled again, the moment his lips parted with my shoulders.
오늘도 당신의 피를 마실 수 있어서 영광이었습니다. 나의 아가씨.
Charlie's gentle voice faintly echoed within my ears. Done with his meal, he pulled my clothes back up and smiled.
오늘 밤도 행복한 꿈을 꾸시길.
His words rang like a spell, and I immediately fell into a deep trance. I'm glad I reloaded. The next day, I was staring at the items on the table, lost in thought.
아가씨, 오늘은 또 뭐가 마음에 걸리시죠?
Mary's belongings. I don't think we can keep these to ourselves. Should we take them to that detective? Also, why is it that the voice is so low? I feel like I need to lower the BGM a bit more. No.
아가씨가 선의로 가져다 주는 건 상관없지만 그들이 이걸 가지고 뭘 알아낼 수 있을지는 모르겠군요. 저라면 회수한 물건을 갖다 주는 것보다는 그들을 잡아서 경찰서 앞에 데려다 놓는 걸 더 고마워했을 겁니다.
Right.
경찰에게 가져다 주기 전에 한 가지 더 테스트를 해보시죠.
A test?
합의가 이번이야말로 제대로 도움이 될 수 있을 겁니다.
Harvey?
물론 제가 나서면 그는 또 도망갈 테니 아가씨가 잘 해주셔야 알겠지만요.
Very well. I wasn't sure what made Charlie have faith in Harvey, but I decided to take his advice and visit Harvey again. Is it that thing in Saiki Kusuo where he touches objects and see its memories? It's also in Tokyo Debunker, I just don't remember the term for it. That would be cool. Harvey's college, upon my second visit, still looked vibrant and energetic. It was as if they had no interest in any events outside of campus. Professor Harvey's office was around here, I think. I was retracing my memory to find a destination when I saw a familiar face on the other side. Oh, Professor Harvey! Was he trying to run away? Professor! I called out for him again and again, but he failed to notice me. Soon enough, he entered the room, and he was gone from my sight. Where did he go? I checked the door he went through, and it seemed like he was there to teach a class. He's a psychology professor, right? I wonder what kind of lectures he gives. Curious, I decided to sneak in the classroom guised as a student. It should be fine, right? I shouldn't get caught. As soon as I joined the other students and entered the room,
당신이 왜 여기에?
I ended up standing face to face with Harvey, who was standing in front of the lectern. I didn't let that fluster me. I chose to be brazen instead. Why would anyone come to college? I'm here to take a lecture.
당신은 여기 등록한 학생이 아닐 텐데요.
I registered today.
그런 얘기는 듣지 못했습니다.
He's tough. Well, I'm planning to register after listening in on the lecture today.
심리학에 관심이 있었다니 의외네요.
I love psychology.
살인 사건의 조사를 위해 바쁠 거라고 생각했는데요.
You're not wrong, but I ran out of retorts and had to stay quiet without a response. Harvey stared at me for a while, sighed, and said,
썩 달가운 방문자는 아니지만 배움을 구하러 온 사람까지 내쫓는 건 교수의 명예에 어긋나겠죠.
I don't know if it's like a student who's not registered. I don't think that's allowed, but okay.
빈곳 아무데나 가서 앉으세요.
Thank you. With his permission, I sat down on a chair with a big smile. Psychology lecture? Before I knew it, the room was crowded, and his lecture began.
오늘은 상담을 받으러 찾아온 사람들과 어떤 식으로 공감대를 쌓아야 하는지에 대해서.
I should have brought something to write this down with. Some students were trying to jot down everything Harvey was saying, while others were doodling in their notes with bored expressions.
먼저 그 사람이 어떤 이야기를 하고 싶어 하는지 파악해야 합니다.
He seems like a real professor. With nothing in hand, I just decided to focus on his words. Oh, he's looking this way. I'm gonna smile because I'm polite. In real life, I would avoid eye contact, but yeah, you know. I faintly smiled to express that I was listening to his lecture.
상담에 있어 주도권은 상담자가 가지고 있어야 하며.
Why is he looking away? He's the one who was glancing my way first. Afterward, whenever our eyes crossed paths, he would discreetly turn his slightly flustered face away from me. Cute. That makes me want to bully him. The lecture proved to be a lot more fruitful than I had expected. Maybe I should enroll in this college and properly learn psychology. I was taught psychology by a private tutor when I was a child, but it was only on the surface level of the subject. Afterwards, I would read books related to psychology from time to time. However, Harvey's lecture was interesting and easy to understand, even for students who weren't majoring in the subject. The extensive lecture finally ended, and I got up to follow Harvey out. Professor, I have a question. Professor Harvey, considering the subject I wanted to discuss. Hey, wait your turn! I've been waiting for a month!
여러분, 잠깐 침착하시고 질문이 있으면 세미나에서 부탁드립니다. 지금은 일이 있어서.
Oh, Professor Harvey. You can't run away again! With an awkward smile, Harvey escaped from all the passionate students that were surrounding him and left the classroom. The lecture went smoothly, but why would he try so hard to avoid his students? It was obvious Harvey fled for a reason, so I followed him out of the classroom. Professor Harvey.
또 당신이었군요.
I didn't knock, as I'm sure you've heard. I saw you enter the room, but there was no response.
보통은 대답이 없으면 얌전히 돌아갈 텐데 당신은 포기할 줄을 모르는군요.
Then you didn't respond on purpose. I saw some other students who left after briefly waiting for your response. They seem passionate about what you teach. Why won't you help them out? Why are you avoiding them?
내가 당신에게 그 이유를 설명해야 할 필요가 있나요?
It's only because I can relate to them. Your lecture was riveting, constructive, and exciting. He seemed a little surprised by my honest answer. The expression was then followed with a sigh.
사람들과 소통하는 게 불편해요.
Big mood.
나와 다른 존재들과 꾸준히 인간관계를 맺고 지내야 한다는 것이 얼마나 골치 아픈 일인지 이제까지 충분히 겪어왔으니까요.
I see. Knowing the fact that he was a vampire, I could imagine what kind of problems he probably faced thus far. Charlie had lived a long, long life, so he has had issues with his non-aging appearance. I knew he resorted to different tactics to avoid suspicion. I feel like he'd like being thanked. I don't know why. Thank you.
내가 그런 말을 들을 이유가 있던가요?
You have difficulty communicating with others, but you've been nice enough to listen to me. Not to mention, you're being honest with me.
그건
After a moment of thinking, Harvey continued talking.
당신은 평범한 사람이어도 내 존재를 이미 알고 있으니까요. 선을 그어야 할 필요가 없으니 그나마 나은 편이에요. 게다가 찰리가 이미 이 근처에서 당신을 지키고 있을 테고 어차피 난 이 자리를 피할 수 없겠죠.
Well, you're correct, but...
하지만 왜 나를 다시 찾아온 거죠? 몇 번이고 말하지만 내가 도울 수 있는 게 없을 텐데요.
I hesitantly took out Mary's belongings, per Charlie's advice. As soon as I put the items on the desk, a sudden chill surrounded him.
이런 걸 왜 내게 보여주는 거죠?
Charlie said that you might be able to help if I showed you this. That's all I heard. Harvey ran his fingers through his hair, seemingly repressing his emotions.
내 대답은 여전히 똑같아요. 난 도와줄 수 없어요. 보아하니 피해자의 유품인 것 같은데 이런 건 당신이 가지고 있을 게 아니라 경찰에 가져다 줘야 하는 거 아닌가요?
Wait, please don't go. Charlie said you could help, and I assume that means there's something you can do. I just want more information on this case, please.
난 더 이상 할 말이 없어요.
Professor, I couldn't leave empty-handed yet again. I grabbed Harvey's hand as he was trying to leave. I'm aware that this is a selfish request, but I need you, Professor. I'll do anything, please.
당신은 린델 백 작가의 후계자 아닌가요? 대체 내가 뭘 할 수 있을 줄 알고 이렇게 막무가내로 매달리는 거죠? 내가 당신에게 뭘 요구할 줄 알고요.
Ask for it, whatever it is. Everything has to start somewhere. I want to hear your thoughts instead of your curt rejections.
뭐가 그렇게 당신을 고집부리게 만드는 거죠? 그저 백 작가에서 일하던 사람 한 명이 죽은 거 아닌가요?
You don't understand. I shouted back, picking up the handkerchief on the table along with the others in the bag. The embroidery. Can you see it? These handkerchiefs were all gifts from Mary. Mary was brilliant at embroidery. Every year on my birthday, she'd embroider handkerchiefs for me, and I would switch to the new one she gave me every time. She wasn't just an employee who worked in the mansion. She was a dear friend. She was a family member that I should have protected. I had told myself not to cry while thinking about her face, which I could never see again. I had been doing a good job, but my emotions exploded when talking to Harvey, and my vision was blurred from the tears. He stayed by my side until I calmed down. In a more quiet tone, he spoke.
당신의 피를 줄 수 있나요?
My blood?
피를 마시면 내가 당신을 위해 할 수 있는 일이 생기거든요. 찰리는 아주 잘 알고 있을 테죠. 난 물건에 담긴 기억이나 사람의 기억을 읽어낼 수 있어요.
That's cool.
솔직히 아주 오랫동안 쓰지 않았던 능력이라 잘 될지는 모르겠지만 시도해볼게요.
If I hesitate, would that lead me to a bad ending? Because I kind of want to get the bad endings. Should I let someone other than Charlie drink my blood? The thought crossed my mind, but I was the one who told him to ask. And if Charlie knew about Harvey's abilities, he would have predicted that this would happen. Shook off my concerns and nodded. Alright, drink my blood.
그래요.
Oh.
그럼 당신의 손을 줘요.
Boo. Sure, drink my blood. It was a cheap price to pay for a chance to glean more information. With no hesitation, I was going to take my top off to reveal my neck, but...
잠깐!
How cute! I like him the most so far.
그렇게까지 할 필요 없어요.
How cute.
난 그 부분을 물 생각이 없어요.
Ah.
그냥 손을 주면 돼요.
Pretty. Oh, he looks so sad. You're so sad, baby. Oh no. He gently pulled my hand and pressed his lips against my wrist.
조금은 따끔할 거예요.
That's fine. He was surely aware that I wasn't a stranger to someone feeding on me, yet he licked my wrist out of concern for the pain I was about to feel. It was a novel sensation that made me shudder.
피 냄새가 이런 거였던가?
Why is he so pretty?
너무 오랜만에 맡아서 그런지 내가 조절을 잘할 수 있을지 모르겠네요.
Just don't kill me. How easy. Unlike his nervous words, he finished feeding, gently putting my hand down, and picked up the handkerchief with a dazed expression.
잘 안 보이는데 조금만 더.
It should be fine, right? I watched him as I wiped off the blood running from my wrist. Harvey frowned the whole time, and I was curious as to what he was seeing. His hand clutching the handkerchief was shaking as he was groaning through his closed lips. Perhaps his ability was not working, as he previously mentioned. I couldn't tell what was happening, so there was nothing I could do but wait. You can do it, Harvey. I wasn't sure how much time had passed while I was quietly waiting, trying to not disturb him. Nice voices. After a good while, Harvey opened his eyes as cold sweat was dripping from his body. Almost out of breath, he put the handkerchief down. Did you get any information? What did you see?
지금 제대로 능력을 쓸 수 없는 상태라 떠오른 영상이 지나치게 지저분해서 확신할 수는 없지만 아마도 메리인 것 같은 바닥에 쓰러져 있는 여자 앞에 서 있는 한 남자를 보았어요.
This is what happens when I miss 20 minutes. I thought you're going to bed. Harvey stood there, catching his breath, and continued on with something unbelievably shocking.
그 남자의 눈동자는 아주 붉게 빛나고 있었고요.
We were both all too familiar with what that color meant. I had been more and more confused ever since the day I paid a visit to Harvey's office. Mary's killer might be a vampire? Well, the police believe in the existence of vampires. And what if the fact is exposed? Will that put Charlie or Harvey in danger? One concern led to another, and into a never-ending spiral until I heard someone knock.
아가씨, 아론이란 형사가 찾아왔습니다.
The one I liked the most, his face, I mean. Aaron?
융통성이라고는 눈꽃만큼도 없어 보이던 그 무뚝뚝한 형사입니다.
He's so mean. I remember. You had mentioned taking my statement before. I suppose this is it?
들여보낼까요?
I wasn't mentally prepared to face Aaron, so I did not know what to talk about with him, but his visit left me with no choice. I'll go greet him in person, as he is a visitor of the mansion. Pretty. I stepped out of the mansion and saw Aaron waiting. Welcome to the Lindare estate. Treat visitors of the estate with the utmost etiquette, whoever that may be. That was one of the mottos of the Lindares, and I grew up learning all of them from my father. I bowed and greeted him in my neat dress, and Aaron bowed in response, seemingly slightly surprised.
갑작스런 방문에 응해주셔서 감사합니다.
You are welcome. He straightened his clothes as he awkwardly continued.
당신이 직접 여기까지 나올 줄은 몰랐습니다. 이곳에 방문한 사람들에게 전부 이렇게 하는 겁니까?
Of course, it's common knowledge to greet guests with decorum. I hope I haven't done anything rude towards you.
아닙니다. 단지 처음 봤을 때는 좀 더 거만한 인상이었어서요.
That's kind of rude. I guess it's just her face that's like that. What? That's so rude.
저 같은 사람에게도 이렇게 대해주는 게 조금 의외네요.
Is that supposed to be a compliment?
네, 칭찬입니다.
It is. I couldn't help but quietly giggle at his immediate reply. He took a look around and continued.
메리가 평소 하던 일은 무엇이죠? 그녀의 행동 패턴이나 머무르던 장소를 알려주면 좋겠는데요.
That won't be difficult, but do you have the time?
시간이요? 그건 왜...
Mary used to see the entire estate.
그 말인즉슨...
Wait, sorry. Oop. You'd have to do a whole lap around the estate if you wanted to know what she used to do.
그렇군요. 이 넓은 곳을...
It'll be alright. You'll get used to it. The hesitation made it obvious that he was regretting his choice to come here, but I could also tell that he was trying to hide it.
그럼 일단 가시죠.
After a short sigh, he followed my steps with an enthusiastic expression. We looked through Mary's room and the kitchen and finally arrived at the study. Mary used to handle the books in here too. She would sell books that I was done with and replace them with new ones.
그녀는 정말로 저택 곳곳을 관리하고 있었군요.
She did. I doubt there is a corner of the mansion she didn't take care of.
책이 꽤 많군요.
You can borrow any piece you wish to read.
설마 여기 있는 책들 전부 다 읽지는 않았을 테고. 당신도 필요한 거 아닙니까?
I finished all the ones over here. The study is not very large, so finished books are normally put away in storage. The ones here are a collection of my favorites. Wait a moment, what is that look again? After talking to him for a few hours, I could tell. Despite the stoic face he puts on, he is quite the sensitive type and is easy to read upon close inspection. Aaron was much easier to interact with compared to other nobles, who littered the conversation with meaningless words.
백작가 영예 정도 되면 아무것도 하지 않아도 평생 먹고 살 수 있다던데. 당신은 왜 이렇게까지 노력하는 거죠? 아까 저 수많은 서류 더미도 그렇고.
I have no choice. Nah. I want him to like me. I want to become wise. I'm sure many do. It's true that I have never been hungry from lack of food, felt cold within my home, or worn tattered clothes. But the world is full of people who struggle with those issues. I have a responsibility to take care of them and to resolve those issues. You must be wiser in order to have a better understanding of this world. Don't want to die sheltered and narrow-minded.
그 말에 공감합니다. 그리고 린델 백작가의 영예가 이런 생각을 하고 있다는 게 솔직히 기쁘군요. 적어도 당신 밑에 있는 사람들은 불행하지 않을 것 같으니.
I appreciate that. My first encounter with Aaron wasn't the most pleasant one, but I felt more comfortable with him the more we chatted. I tried to suppress the smile that was forcing its way up and change the topic. What say you, Aaron? Do you read? I'm guessing reading isn't a common hobby, given that detectives must spend most of their time chasing criminals or doing physical activities.
그건 아까 제가 당신에 대해 편견이 있었던 것과 다르지 않습니다. 형사라고 해서 단순 무식하게 몸만 쓸 거라고 생각한다면
In an attempt to hide my emotions, I turned around to take a book, only to trip and stumble like an idiot.
이런.
CG? A what? Oh. I inadvertently grabbed Aaron's shoulder, and he shifted his balance in order to support me. Apologies. It wasn't intentional, but I still felt embarrassed enough to crawl into a hole. Aaron grabbed hold of me with his arms and pulled me upright.
조금 전까지 하던 말을 이어서 하자면
God, he's so pretty.
형사라고 해서 단순 무식하게 몸만 쓸 거라고 생각한다면 그건 아마 당신이 가지고 있는 편견일 겁니다. 하지만 매일 단련하고 있긴 합니다. 범죄자들은 무자비하게 누군가를 공격할 때가 있고 저는 그런 불합리한 폭력에서 시민을 지켜야 할 의무가 있으니까요. 이런 쓸데없는 일로 다칠 뻔하는 사람들을 위해서 쓰이기도 하고요.
What an ass. Wait, this was just... I knew he was teasing me, but I was momentarily provoked. I racked my brain trying to come up with a retort, but nothing popped up. Right.
단련이 필요하면 언제든 말씀하시죠. 비록 당신보다 책은 덜 읽어도 단련은 더 많이 하니까요.
That's not a hard bar to achieve, honestly. I do exercise too. I guess I need to exercise harder. We were standing so close to each other that I was worried he could hear my rapid heartbeat. We soon separated and had sufficient space between us. Well, I guess we're done with the study. Shall we head to the garden? It was the first time I saw Aaron laugh. I felt like I was blushing, and I left the study while trying to push it down. Aaron looks like the guy my D&D character was shipped with, so it's triggering some leftover feelings from there. A garden with neatly organized flower beds and rows of trees. Aaron was stunned as soon as we came back to the starting point.
이게 다 뭐죠?
백 작가에 방문하신 손님을 위한 만찬입니다. 부디 즐겨주시길.
아무리 그래도 이건... 저는 이곳에 당신과 담수하기 위해 방문한 사람도 아니고 이렇게까지 호화스러운 식사를 대접받을 거라고는 생각 못했습니다.
You're our valued guest who will be arresting Mary's killer. We did our best to prepare a good meal for you. You're not going to let this food go to waste, are you? For a moment he looks flustered and lost in thought, but he soon sighed, realizing it couldn't be helped. With the flawless look of a butler, Charlie pulled out a chair for Aaron.
앉으시죠.
Aaron sat down first, and Charlie pulled out my chair next. Waited for Aaron's wine glass to be filled. The perfectly cooked steak was served, and the hunger I had forgotten almost caught up to me. Ayo. Okay. If you insist, game. If you insist, what can I do? Okay. Feed Aaron a side of bleh. Can't even talk. This is the meat that was brought from a butcher in Laker Street. We've been doing business with them for quite a while now. It's good quality as they raise their own cattle in the back end of the town. It's cooked rare. Would you prefer it cooked more?
잘 모르겠습니다. 이런 좋은 고기는 먹어본 적이 없어서요.
I suggest you try it then. So am I feeding it? He was struggling with the knife, so I sliced the steak, grabbed a slice with a fork, and then held it out to Aaron. I'm happy. Here, this is easier, right?
이건 좀...
My arm's about to fall off. Hurry. The first time he said my name out loud was when he was struggling to adapt to the situation. However, he soon opened his mouth and ate the slice of steak. What do you think?
먹을만 하군요.
I'm glad it suits your palate.
이제 제가 알아서 먹겠습니다. 당신이 이렇게 썰어주지 않아도 혼자서 할 수 있어요.
Oh, but I've already cut another slice for you. See? I smiled, holding out the slice that I had just cut. It was because I felt a sense of satisfaction when Aaron willingly ate the slices I presented. Also, wait, sorry. The game is too bright for me. Okay.
당신은 생각보다 정말 심술 맞은 사람이네요.
Me? Very, yes. Aaron mumbled, but he still bit the steak from my fork. While it seemed like Aaron enjoyed the steak and wine, I noticed he barely touched the salad or desserts. He tried one bite of them and left them be. I guess he just didn't particularly fancy them, unfortunately. Should remember Aaron's preferences. I'll serve him something that would suit his taste for his next visit. Slightly disappointed, I was wiping my mouth with a napkin when Aaron said,
백 작가의 사람들은 항상 이런 식사를 합니까?
Not really. As I said, this was prepared especially for you.
그럼 질문을 바꾸죠. 백 작가의 사람들은 항상 손님에게 이런 식사를 대접합니까?
His sharp gaze was directed my way. Oh, I feel like you would like straightforward people, right? Instinctively knew that it was time to finally come clean. In truth, there's something I wanted to talk to you about.
단도직입적이고 솔직해서 좋군요. 하지만 그걸 위해서 이런 호화스러운 식사라니 아직도 좀 납득이 가지는 않지만요.
This is merely something I prepare for you to enjoy, a token of my respect, if you will.
마음이라.
He smirked and took another bite of the steak. Charlie, the items?
여기 있습니다.
I wanted to hand you these.
이건
The night we met at the crime scene, you told me, I can do as I please, as long as it doesn't obstruct your investigation. Aaron quietly nodded. 2 robbers took Mary's belongings while she was laying on the ground on the day of her murder.
뭐라고요?
I heard it from a girl who wanders around the area. Afterwards, I ran into the 2 robbers and ended up retrieving her belongings.
아니, 그런 위험한 짓을 했다고요? 강도들과 싸운 겁니까? 그들은 어떻게 됐죠?
I shouldn't have left them go, but Charlie got hurt and I got distracted. Will this help the investigation?
기가 막히는군요.
A neatly folded handkerchief and a small wallet she was carrying around that day. I handed them to Aaron alongside some tattered belonging of hers. Dazed, he stared at the items for a moment. He soon lifted his gaze to meet mine and slowly began talking.
솔직히 이 정도일 줄은 생각하지 못했는데 당신이 이 사건에 얼마나 진심인지 이해했습니다. 제 명예를 걸고 당신의 소중한 사람을 해친 그 범인을
The blazing red sunset behind him randomly reminded me of the pool of blood from that day. Thank you. That was all I said while looking into his utterly determined eyes. Utterly? Gah, English. Chapter 3 already. How many chapters are there? Let me check. Eh? Option was it? No. I don't remember. Okay. Nope. Okay, never mind. I was rolling around in my comfortable bed when I noticed something was off. Why isn't Charlie here yet? I looked up at the calendar on the wall and realized why Charlie didn't show up on time. It's a full moon tonight. I should go check on Charlie. I was grateful for the relaxing morning, but I felt it was time to get up and go see him. It's firmly closed. It seems he hasn't left the room yet. Charlie? I heard someone walking up to the door, which subsequently opened in front of me.
안 그래도 곧 나가려던 참인데 아가씨가 웬일로 여기까지 오셨죠?
I'm here because you're later than usual.
그러셨군요. 제가 번거로운 걸음을 하게 만들었네요. 이왕 여기까지 오셨으니 들어오시죠.
Nice room. The layers of curtains reflected his strong will to restrict the slightest bit of sunlight. In the center of the dark room, I could make out a bed with messy sheets. I knew Charlie held himself to very high standards, so his bed being untidy meant he wasn't in a good state. Wow, it's like night in here.
어쩔 수 없습니다. 지금의 전 아주 미세한 햇빛이라도 불쾌하게 느낄 테니까요.
Then why were you preparing to leave the room? You can stay in for the day.
평소 같았으면 그렇겠죠. 하지만 아가씨는 외출하실 거잖아요?
That was the plan, but...
아직도 메리를 죽인 범인에 대해서 찾고 있으시잖아요. 정말로 뱀파이어가 범인일지도 모르는 상황에서 제가 아가씨를 혼자 밖으로 나가게 할 리가 없죠.
But... I was aware of how sensitive and vulnerable Charlie became every full moon. If I had expressed concern, would he be upset with me? Are you sure you're fine, Charlie? Shouldn't you stay in the mansion? I'm fine to walk around alone in broad daylight.
말도 안 되는 소리입니다. 얼마 전에도 괜찮다고 절 따돌리고 돌아다니다가 날개란 맞을 뻔한 걸 잊으신 건 아니겠죠?
He brought up an embarrassing memory, and I had nothing to say. Let's go out together after the sun sets.
그렇게 하시죠.
But until then, I'd like you to help me strategize.
작전 회의요?
If the culprit is indeed a vampire, we'd have sufficient knowledge about the matter.
먼저 확인하고 싶은 것이 있습니다만 아론 대신 범인이라도 잡으시려는 겁니까? 저번에는 메리의 유품을 전부 그에게 홀라당 넘겨주시기에 아가씨는 이제 수사에서 손 떼시는 줄 알았는데요.
That's not exactly the case. The police shall do their own investigation. However, since the murderer could be a vampire, I cannot stand by and watch. If this one incident makes the existence of vampires public, that could put you or Harvey in danger. Perhaps we could come up with a solution before the police get to them.
아가씨, 거기까지 생각하셨군요. 하지만 제 안전을 걱정하기에는 아직도 100년은 일입니다. 대단히 기특한 일이긴 합니다만.
Charlie, you said you were a vampire who lived among humans for a long time. Do you know where the other vampires are? Maybe it was a vampire who fed on Mary and killed her?
그녀는 몇 차례나 칼에 찔렸다고 했죠. 그러니 뱀파이어가 메리를 해쳤다고 단정 짓기에는 성급해 보입니다. 게다가 제가 대단한 존재이긴 해도 전지전능하지는 않습니다. 어차피 인간들의 피를 먹이로 삼아야 하는 굴레에 묶여서 어둠 속에 숨어 근근히 살아가야 하는 마물에 불과하죠. 저 역시도 아가씨의 피를 마시지 않으면 천천히 말라 죽을 테고요.
Charlie, why would you say such a thing? You've been with the Linders so far. You won't die, at least while I'm still alive, right?
아가씨가 제게 변함없이 피를 준다면 살아있겠죠? 전 당신의 피만을 탐하며 살아가니까요.
Right. Then you wouldn't die of starvation.
아무튼 한 가지 방법이 있다면 뱀파이어를 유인할 수 있을 겁니다.
Lure them out? How?
그들은 피 냄새에 끌릴 수밖에 없으니까요. 특히 오늘 밤은 만월이니 다들 저처럼 민감할 겁니다. 당장이라도 입안 가득 피를 머금고 싶어서 안달이 났겠죠.
No sunlight dared to peek through this dark room, and within it I could see Charlie's red eyes glowing. Seems like he was running out of patience, standing in the same room as me. Just drink my blood, Charlie.
제가 항상 말했을 텐데요. 만월의 밤에는 피를 찾는 본능이 지나치게 심해지니 피를 주겠다고 함부로 말하지 말라고요. 목숨이 아깝지도 않으신 겁니까?
And I've told you several times as well. You should come to me when you're hungry, since you can only drink my blood. It's not like the thirst goes away after a while.
아가씨, 저를 너무 우습게 보시는군요.
He wiped the sweat off his forehead and smirked.
아무리 그렇게 말해도 저는 절대로 만월의 밤에는 아가씨의 피를 마시지 않을 겁니다. 인간은 나약해서 너무 쉽게 부서지니까요.
I'm really fine. Charlie took a deep breath and walked up to me.
저를 너무 자극하지 마세요. 이성을 잃게 되는 순간 아가씨는 분명 울면서 저를 이용하게 될 겁니다.
Okay.
하지만 그렇게 됐을 때는 이미 전 당신을 놓아줄 수가 없어요. 매번 이렇게 걱정할 필요 없습니다. 아가씨가 허락하신다면 내일은 마음껏 피를 마셔드릴 테니.
Are you sure you're alright?
괜찮지는 않지만 아가씨를 위해 인내하는 겁니다.
We had a back and forth like this every month, but Charlie always had the last word. Seemed like this night was no exception.
밤이 되길 기다렸다가 나가죠. 저는 그 전까지 준비를 해놓겠습니다.
Charlie took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped away his cold sweat, and left the room before me. Ugh, that stinks. Charlie had prepared pig's blood, and I was using it to leave a trail around the alleyway to lure the vampire out. I can't talk. Are you sure this will work, Charlie?
뱀파이어라면 그럴 겁니다. 물론 사람 피가 아니라는 건 알겠지만 오늘은 아마 그런 것쯤 신경도 쓰지 않을 정도로 목이 마를 테니까요.
If it's that bad for other vampires, wouldn't it wouldn't it be worse for Charlie? Is he going to be okay standing next to me while I'm dripping blood on the streets? The words lingered in my throat, but never came out. Charlie, as always, was walking alongside me while hiding in the dark. I sighed and continued spilling the pig blood on the ground. We've been walking around for quite a while, but no one showed up.
글쎄요.
Charlie seemed to have noticed something, and as soon as he was done talking, two burly men entered the alleyway. Vampires?
아쉽지만 아닌 것 같습니다. 하지만 낯이 있군요.
Found you. Finally! Do you know how long we've been looking for you? Wait there.
그때 메리의 물건을 훔쳐갔던 놈들이군요. 어설프게 제압하고 갔더니 아가씨에게 앙심을 품었던 모양입니다.
What do we do?
신경 쓰실 것 없습니다. 어차피 벌어지만도 못한 존재들이니.
Stared right into the two ahead of me while keeping my distance from Charlie, who was coming out of the dark. Kinda wanna argue. I know it's probably not good, but I wanna. Bold of you two, show yourself. Are you here to get revenge? Did you think we were going to move on? After that humiliation? I won't be able to put myself to sleep tonight unless I take all of your fancy clothes and sell them in the port town.
저급한 것들이 감히.
I heard Charlie's voice boil with rage, and I continued speaking. In your dreams, you'll only be the only ones getting hurt if you try to catch me here. This is great for me, though. I'll just capture both of you and take you to the station. And at that moment... Huh? Quickly dodged after sensing someone jumping out towards me, but it was already too late. Burning sensation started spreading from my stomach, and the nerves in my body began screaming like they were all being torn apart.
아가씨.
There was another one. I slowly collapsed to the ground, watching Charlie jump out of the dark.
이런 말도 안 되는 일이.
Charlie was mumbling in shock, watching the blood trickling down to the ground as my stabber was shouting to the other men. Heh! I stabbed her, see? You idiot! I told you not to kill her! We have to sell her clothes! Now it's all ruined.
감히 아가씨를 니놈들이 찔러?
Charlie made a poor attempt at applying pressure to my injury as I called for Charlie, but his eyes were glowing crimson red, and I instantly knew something horrid was about to happen. Ah!
진작에 죽여버렸어야 했는데 지저분한 피냄새를 맡기 싫어서 살려둔 제 잘못이 그군요.
Ah, what? He's a monster. Please spare me. No, Charlie, look this way. My vision started blurring. Charlie seemed to be completely distracted. The moon-crazed vampire could only see the crimson blood all around him. I didn't have enough strength to hold him back.
피를 마시게 해야 해. 아가씨에게.
Oh, we're turning into vampires.
아가씨. 아가씨. 안 돼.
Charlie, I'll leave the rest up to you. Closed my eyes, failing to finish my sentence. And okay, let me check which bad ending was that. Okay, so I'm so far I'm getting all the bad endings because I'm a pro player. So yeah, let me just take a few steps back. I took a few steps back to let Charlie handle the situation. It was better for me to stay out of the way if he were to incapacitate them. And at that moment... Quickly dodged at their sense... Oh. Is it the same? Die.
일어나.
There was another one.
지금 아가씨에게 피를 흘리게 한 겁니까?
Stepped back, clutching my arm. I saw Charlie's eyes glowing in a bright red hue. And I instantly knew something horrid was about to happen.
진작에 죽여버렸어야 했는데 지저분한 피냄새를 맡기 싫어서 살려둔 제 잘못이 크군요.
Charlie snapped the man's neck and tossed him aside with no hesitation. It's the same
지금
thing.
나조차도 건들지 못하는 아가씨를 네 놈들이 감히?
Oh no. There was no stopping Charlie like this. There wasn't much I could do, but...
용서할 수 없어. 네 놈들을 갈기갈기 찢어서 더러운 하수구에 그 피를 전부 훅 뿌려주지. 아가씨를 건드린 대가가 어떤 것인지 직접.
Charlie, stop. The situation aside, Charlie was running a lot more rampant than usual. He was excessively cruel. Hot. Very hot. If he continued to cover himself in more blood, it was sure to exacerbate his thirst. I ran and hugged him to stop him. Nice. So many good CGs, I just don't know which one to use for my thumbnail. They're already dead. I'm okay, so...
그런 건 상관없습니다. 그들의 피가 아직 몸속에 남아있는 한 아가씨가 흘린 피의 100배 1000배는 더 찢어질 겁니다. 당신이 느낀 고통의 100배 1000배로 더 갚아줘야만.
I was almost swept up by his ferocious aura. He was on the verge of losing all rationality, and he could not control himself properly. It felt like my waist was about to burst, but I had to keep my arms around him. Charlie! I hugged him tighter, and Charlie struggled more, seemingly suffering from the blood scent coming from my arm. Despite it, he didn't try to escape my arms. He growled under his heavy breathing and slowly regained his calm. Aww. So pretty. Charlie, do you feel better now?
당신은 정말 끝까지 제 말을 듣지 않는군요.
Exhausted, he leaned his head against mine and laughed softly.
만월의 밤마다 린델가의 사람들은 나를 피하거나 방에 가뒀어요.
Aww.
이성을 잃은 나에게 먹히지 않을까 두려움에 떨었습니다. 하지만 아가씨는 달랐죠. 제가 당신을 섬기기 시작했던 그때부터 아가씨는 단 한 번도 저를 가두거나 두려워한 적이 없었으니까요. 오직 당신만이.
Of course I didn't. You've never hurt me on the night of the full moon. You've never given me a reason to be afraid. Hearing my rather straightforward answer, the hands on my waist loosened up a little bit.
이러시면 안 되는 겁니다.
Why?
당신의 수명이 끝나고 난 후에도 살아야 할 제가 더더욱 당신을 그리워하게 될 테니까요.
Now I feel bad.
만월의 밤이 올 때마다 이런 식으로 저를 받아들여줬던 아가씨를 제가 어떻게 잊어버릴 수 있겠어요?
I want you to.
그 명령은 지독하기 짝이 없군요.
Charlie locked eyes with me and smiled gently. He sounded weary, but I could see his pupils were of a vivid crimson color. On the night of the full moon, the cool face of the vampire before me was beautiful. I didn't want to take my eyes off of it. Ah! A dead body! Charlie, we should get out of here.
그러죠.
I wasn't too thrilled to leave the brutally murdered behind, but we had no choice. Charlie and I quickly fled the scene. More work for Aaron, yay! I could tell it was morning from the chirping outside the window, but several layers of curtains did not let any sunlight into Charlie's room. After returning home last night, Charlie instantly fell asleep and has been knocked out since. I had never seen him so out of control. Worried, I stayed up all night by his side and was falling asleep in the morning.
아가씨, 여기서 이러고 계시면 입 돌아갑니다. 아가씨, 일어나시죠.
I had momentarily fallen asleep, leaning on the side of the bed. But I instantly came to, losing my desire to sleep as a sweet, gentle voice rang in my ears. Charlie, are you up? Are you feeling better now?
미련하게 왜 여기서 이러고 있었죠? 방에 들어가서 주무시면 됐을 텐데.
You always act tough, but yesterday you were knocked out and out of it. How could I just sleep while you were in that state?
기절해서 널브러져 있다뇨. 전 어제 무사히 아가씨를 보필해서 저택까지 들어왔던 걸로 기억합니다만.
You did. I continued as I showed him the arm that was neatly bandaged up. You did drink all the blood that came out of the injury, but you stayed and treated it. And then he collapsed as if your switch was turned off. Do you know how shocked I was?
제가 본의 아니게 아가씨께 걱정을 끼쳐드렸군요.
You did, so please take a break. It doesn't seem like you fully recovered. Or would you like to drink some blood? It's not a full moon anymore, so isn't it better than yesterday? I was about to roll up the sleeves to my unscathed arm, but Charlie used one hand to stop me.
아가씨,
Yeah? I paused and looked up, meeting the brilliant gaze of crimson purples. I fucked that up.
제가 쉰다고 하면 아가씨도 오늘은 나가지 않으실 겁니까?
Yes, I'll stay in. He seemed satisfied with the quick and direct answer. With a tiny smile, he asked again.
그럼 제가 내일도 쉬겠다고 하면 아가씨도 나가지 않으실 겁니까?
Are you that tired? Was it that exhausting?
네. 몸이 아주 무겁고 계속해서 자고만 싶네요. 저도 이제 늙어서 회복이 잘 안 되나 봅니다.
Guess I have no option. You rarely take days off anyway.
모레도 쉬고 싶다고 하면요?
The day after that? That sounds like quite a long break. Are you feeling very ill? What's wrong?
계속 이렇게 제 방에서 저와 있어 주실 겁니까? 시간이 어떻게 흐르는지 전혀 알 수 없는 이 방에서 해가 떠오르는 아침부터 달이 저물어가는 새벽까지.
The man's coming on strong after a singular hug.
아가씨와 함께 보내고 싶다고 하면 허락해 주실 겁니까?
Charlie? It was an odd thing to hear from Charlie, who always prioritized being punctual and sticking to the rules, and who hated when I was being lazy. Something's not right. I looked into his eyes, trying to glean his intentions. We were surrounded by silence, and our breathing was the only thing I could hear. I realized that Charlie's eyes were reflecting my image, and I rapidly blushed, with the overwhelming desire to look away. You can stop now. I know you're only jesting. You're going to nag me if I just take the offer and say I'll rest, aren't you? I can already hear you scolding me to not be tempted by these offers.
아니요. 쉽게 넘어가 달라고 일부러 쉽게 얘기하고 있습니다만.
No? What? Charlie was acting weird today. Tried to release my arm from his grasp, but
도망가지 마세요. 전 아직
I was growing anxious from the unknown tension between us when I heard someone knocking on Charlie's door.
무슨 용건이죠?
Charlie, it's Louis. Is her ladyship still here?
그렇습니다만.
That detective, Aaron, is here again. What should I do? Aaron? The unexpected visit from the detective gave me a sense of unease. You know, probably about the 3 corpses you left just laying around. Remember that? I asked Louis to guide Aaron to the study, and Charlie and I made preparations before making our way too. Why do you think Aaron visited us out of nowhere?
글쎄요. 수사에 진전이라도 있었던 건지. 일단 들어가서 이야기를 들어보시죠.
I apologize for making you wait. What brings you all the way here, Aaron?
찰리, 당신을 기다리고 있었습니다.
For that, I see. As soon as the door opened, Aaron approached us and reached for something on his waist. And he?
해리 퍼스, 앤디 데이비슨, 그리고 알렉 오스본의 살해 혐의로 당신을 긴급 체포합니다.
Arrest?
꽤 빨리 여기까지 도달했군요. 조금 더 시간이 걸릴 거라 생각했는데요.
어젯밤 새벽 1시에 레이커가에서 처참히 살해된 남성 3구의 시체를 발견했습니다.
Technically, it was
그리고 그 현장에
self-defense.
있던 목격자는 당신의 모습을 정확히 기억하고 있더군요. 청은 발에 붉은색 눈동자를 한 남자가 아주 잔인하게 3사람을 죽였다고.
It was obvious that Aaron had come here to arrest Charlie with conviction. It was true that they were murdered last night, but I still tried to stop Aaron. Aaron, wait.
할 말이 있습니까?
It was self-defense! Yes, exactly. Thank you, girl. You got me so well. Charlie was the one who killed them, but it was self-defense. They ambushed us with the intent to kill us, and I was injured. Look at my arm. Aaron, who was walking Charlie out, turned around to check my arm. He frowned, as if he felt uncomfortable looking at the sight.
그들에게 다친 겁니까?
Yes, so you don't have to cuff him. Let me join you to the station. I'll explain everything.
납득할 만한 이유가 있다면 그건 공평하게 다 밝혀질 겁니다. 일단 저택에서 얌전히 기다리시죠.
I felt anxious and tense, but he made it very clear, and I had to nod. Charlie, he should be released soon if he has good attitude, right? Was about to follow the 2 out of the room with a concerned look on my face when...
하지만 이 사건과 별개로
Eh?
찰리 당신에게는 또 다른 혐의가 있습니다. 아마 쉽게 나오지는 못할 겁니다.
What?
또 다른 목격자가 나타났습니다. 붉게 빛나는 눈동자의 한 남자가 이 집의 메이드였던 메리 체프먼을 죽이는 광경을 자신이 직접 보았다고.
Wait, what are you talking about?
따라서 메리 체프먼 살인 혐의까지 함께 적용하여 이야기를 듣게 될 겁니다.
That's so silly, cause like, there's many people with red eyes in this game. Can't
제가
just do
잠깐
that.
쉬고 있는 사이에 흥미로운 전개가 됐군요. 저야말로 당신에게 이야기를 좀 듣고 싶은데요.
Charlie, don't act like you're not being arrested right now. You've been framed with something so absurd.
아가씨, 걱정하지 마세요. 어차피 저희 소식은 백작께 그대로 전해질 테고 알아서 잘해주시겠죠. 메리의 건과는 별개로 어제 일은 정당방이었으니 금방 풀려날 테고요. 그러니 편한 마음으로 그동안 밀린 업무나 처리하면서 기다리세요. 아셨죠?
사람을 하룻밤에 3이나 죽여놓고 아무렇지도 않은 얼굴이라니 꽤 당당하군요. 백 작가의 집사는 살인도 업무 중에 하나인 겁니까?
I wasn't shocked by the framing of Mary's murder until I heard Aaron's cold-hearted tone and twitched. He was looking at Charlie with eyes full of repugnance, so much more intense than when he first met me at the scene. Aaron, that's not...
시간은 충분하게 드린 것 같으니 이제 가시죠.
그러죠.
Charlie, looking nonchalant as before, lightly held my hand, before slowly leaving the mansion with Aaron. When will it end? For a few hours, I sat down and took care of some overdue paperwork. My eyes became tired from reading so much, so I decided to go out for a walk in the garden. I drank black tea to calm myself and followed it up with dessert to lighten up my mood. Time was passing me by, and I just stared at the sun setting outside the window. My lady, Louise, you can't just keep barging into rooms without knocking. Charlie is going to scold you again, you know. My apologies, but the Earl just sent us a telegram, my lady. We're waiting for it, right? I took the paper from Louise and found out that Charlie's case was resolved. I rushed to put on a jacket and stepped out of the mansion. Alone at night, while there's a murderer going around? I left the house, but what now? Should I just stand outside the station and wait for Charlie? Shouldn't he already be released by now if things went over smoothly? Then he would have shown up first. I stood outside the closed doors of the police station, unsure of what to do.
아가씨,
Felix!
이 시간에 여기 혼자 있으시다니 흔치 않은 일이네요. 경찰서에 볼 일이 있으신 거요?
Well... Can I tell Felix about what happened with Charlie? I was on the fence for a moment, but soon decided to be honest. I had known Felix for a long time, and I trusted him. It also helped that we were his main clients, and he kept our business to himself. I would occasionally receive useful information from him, as his cafe was frequented by women of different backgrounds, making it a hub for rumors. Charlie's been framed with Mary's murder. He was arrested and he's in the station right now.
아, 들었어요. 그래서 여기 서 있던 거군요.
Did word spread already?
아시다시피 여기 말들이 좀 많잖아요. 린델가에서 일하는 집사가 경찰서로 잡혀갔다는 건 특히나 좋아할 만한 가십거리 중 하나죠.
I guess. I let out a sigh, failing to hide my frustrations.
하지만 전 찰리라고는 생각하지 않아요.
Huh? Really?
찰리는 조금 수상한 구석은 있어도 아가씨 주변의 사람들은 함부로 하지 않잖아요.
Yeah, I'm glad you think so too, Felix.
애당초 그 목격자의 증언이 진실이라는 보장도 없으니 찰리가 무죄라면 곧 풀려나게 되겠죠.
Yeah, Father told me he took care of it too.
아, 역시 백 작가는 다르군요. 벌써 얘기가 마무리된 거예요?
Yes, but Charlie hasn't come out yet. I wasn't sure if I should wait here or go inside.
너무 조급해하지 마세요. 곧 나오겠죠.
Right. Thank you, Felix.
사건에 대해서는 저도 사람들 소문에 계속 귀 기울여 볼게요. 지금도 뭔가 없을지 항상 듣고 있지만요. 찰리가 풀려나면 카페에 한번 들러주세요. 아가씨가 릴렉스 하실 수 있게 맛있는 홍차를 내려드릴게요.
Sounds great.
달콤한 케이크 한 조각과 함께요.
I love cake. With a gentle smile, he held out his hand.
그러니까 너무 걱정하지 말고 경찰서로 가봐요. 언제 나올지도 모르는데 계속 여기서 기다릴 수는 없잖아요. 제가 같이 가줄게요.
Are you sure?
그럼요. 제가 힘들 때는 아가씨가 항상 도와줬잖아요. 그래서 지금의 제가 있는 거고요. 그러니 이제 아가씨가 힘들 때는 제가 도와줄 수도 있는 거죠.
Perhaps it's less intimidating since Felix is coming with me. I've witnessed and experienced countless cases, but never has Charlie been arrested like this. I realized that the fact made me overly nervous. I was considering taking the baker's hand in front of me when
아가씨?
the voice that I was yearning to hear was coming from behind me.
왜 여기 계시죠? 제가 저택에서 기다리라고 말씀드렸을 텐데.
Charlie! As soon as I caught sight of Charlie, walking out the station like nothing had happened, my emotions overwhelmed me and I started dashing towards him.
아이고. 아가씨, 백 작가의 영예가 이런 곳에서 뛰어다니시면 안 됩니다.
I feel bad for Felix because he hasn't gotten a single CG yet. What is he? Either the murderer or just a forgotten guy. Poor baby. Peach Posh, what happened? Was everything resolved? Do you know how worried I was? I charged towards Charlie and he embraced me with two open arms, quietly laughing behind my ears.
걱정할 게 뭐가 있겠어요. 오히려 색다른 경험이더군요. 흘러가는 시간이 무의미하게 느껴질 정도로 오랜 시간을 살아왔지만 유치장에 갇혀본 건 이번이 처음이었으니까요. 대대로 린델 백 작가의 영예와 함께 일해왔지만 최근 아가씨 덕분에 처음 겪는 일들이 많습니다. 제 인생을 즐겁게 만들어줘서 고맙다고 말하고 싶을 정도예요.
That's not a good thing. Hi, welcome! I can't even scold you for saying that.
절 구박하려고 했다니 아직 100년은 멀었습니다.
A silent heart that does not beat anymore. Cold skin that is void of any kind of warmth. Those familiar things were slowly comforting me, as I was assured that he was here, with me.
이제 돌아갈까요? 우리들의 집으로요.
Charlie gently patted my back and started walking. I nodded, turned against the sunset, and followed him towards the mansion.
잘 됐네요, 아가씨.
Give him a CG, poor baby. Next day, I prepared for an outing early in the morning.
아가씨, 제가 몇 번이나 말씀드렸을 텐데요. 이제 정말 아무렇지 않으니 저는 신경 쓰지 말라고요.
No, you even went to the police station while you were still recovering. I'm just going on a quick stroll in the morning. I'm going to be fine alone.
너무 저를 약걸로 보시는 것 아닙니까? 아가씨가 언제부터 저를 보호하게 되셨죠?
I'm going to start now. I feared that the argument would not end, so I decided to be honest. I'm starting now. I've been under your protection all this time. Even on the night of the full moon, you exerted yourself to protect me. But you're not invulnerable. Sometimes you are roped into things because you are still part of the society. And I want to be able to help when those times occur. Charlie didn't say anything in response, which was unlike him. I looked into his eyes and asked, "Why are you so quiet? Did I say something wrong?"
아니요, 든든해서요. 연약하게 그지없는 인간 여자가 저를 지켜준다는 말에 이런 감정을 느끼는 게 처음인데
Are we in his route by accident?
생각보다 나쁘지 않군요.
He would usually joke or act sarcastic, but he sounded fond and tender right now. I became embarrassed, and I had to take my eyes off of him and look away. I awkwardly picked up my jacket from the couch and noticed that Charlie was still staring at me, as if he didn't want to miss any movement I was making. I'll be back. Seriously, don't you worry. I won't take long.
마음대로 하시죠.
It feels like leaving a loyal dog alone at home. Charlie shrugged and let me go, but I feel a bit troubled by his goodbye. I first went to Amorce before heading to the police station. As gifts, Felix's cakes never failed to impress the receiver, so I was sure that it would work in my favor again. I opened the door to the cafe and Felix, standing behind the counter, greeted me with a smile.
아, 아가씨, 환영해요. 오늘은 어쩐 일이에요? 선물용 케이크 사려고요?
Yes, however, I'm not sure what that person would like. He barely touched the dessert when I invited him to a meal. Do you have any cakes that might entice even those who don't like sweets?
아가씨가 식사에 초대했다는 건 그때도 손님이 저희 디저트를 드셨다는 거죠? 단 걸 좋아하지 않거나 저희 케이크가 입맛에 맞지 않았을 수도 있겠네요. 그럼 스콘이나 비스킷은 어떨까요? 방금 막 만들어져서 나온 게 있거든요.
I've eaten scones once in my life. It was so good. But it's also expensive and a pain in the ass to make, so I never ate it again. That would be great. Will you be so kind to wrap them up separately to go?
알겠어요.
Felix started wrapping the scones and biscuits on the counter and cautiously asked,
곧바로 가져가실 건가요? 누구를 만나러 가는 건지 물어봐도 돼요?
I'm taking them to a detective that I've recently made acquaintance with. His name is Aaron Bailey. Have you met him?
들어본 것도 같은데. 사실 전 손님들의 얼굴을 주로 기억하지 이름은 잘 몰라서요.
Right, that makes sense. As I was responding to Felix, I could clearly hear the voices of women who were whispering behind me. Is that the Linder heir? She looks like every other girl out there. The rumors of her beauty must have been a lie. She's here to get scones all by herself. It's obvious her employees don't even work properly. Wasn't it her maid that got murdered recently? Terrifying. With all that terror, how do they even go to work? I pity the people who work under her. Seems like they want me to hear it. I let out a small sigh. It was always best to brush past the non-grounded rumors that were going around.
아가씨, 괜찮아요? 저 손님들 내보낼까요?
No, it's fine. I'm leaving anyway. You shouldn't take it too seriously either, Felix. You know I'm used to this.
하지만
I'll be off. Thank you for the scones. I said a simple goodbye to Felix before taking the basket on the counter and leaving the cafe. Jack, what's the progress on the investigation over there? I haven't finished it yet, sir. I'll write a report and hand it in soon. I've just received the word that a brawl transpired on the main street. Who can make it there right now? I'll join. Wow, I guess everyone's incredibly busy. The station was at the edge of the main street. I would pass by it from time to time, but this was the first time I actually entered through its doorways. Where's Aaron? I hope he hasn't left the station already. I was looking around the station, trying to find the person I came for, when...
여기까진 무슨 일로 왔습니까?
Oh, Aaron! I was worried he had already left, but I was relieved to see him standing in front of me. However, before I could even greet him properly, I noticed his cold, cynical gaze and was taken aback.
찰리라는 인물이 꽤 중요한가 보죠? 그의 석방에 린델 백작이 직접 관여했다는 거 알고 있습니다. 아주 대단하신 분이더군요. 이유 불문하고 무조건 내보내라는 황당한 지시를 받아보긴 처음이었습니다. 당신이 말한 대로 그가 정당방위였고 아무런 잘못이 없다면
Interesting.
가만히 놔둬도 언젠가는 풀려났을 텐데요. 다들 뭐가 그렇게 급하셨는지.
I too was certain that Charlie's discharge was achieved through unusual means when I heard that my father had intervened. The Linders have enough influence in this area to make that happen. And that was why I came to see Aaron, despite Charlie's disapproval. I apologize. I know excuses won't mean much to you.
그렇다면 제가 이런 소리를 할 거라는 것도 먼저 예상하고 온 겁니까?
If it helps in dousing your frustrations, you are welcome to continue on.
전 3살짜리 어린애가 아닙니다. 화가 난다고 무턱대고 말을 내뱉고 그러고선 다 풀렸다고 헤헤 웃기라도 하는 겁니까?
The hair is so cute. No, I didn't, but
당신들 같은 권력층은 늘 이런 식으로 쉽게 문제를 해결하려고 하죠. 전 그 방식이 항상 마음에 들지 않습니다.
I had assumed he'd be quite cross, but I did not imagine it would be this severe. I hid the basket of scones behind my back and stayed silent.
당신은 그러지 않을 줄 알았는데.
I had thought Aaron's eyes were always cold, but at this moment I could sense a wide variety of emotions. I pushed down the urge to sigh and carefully spoke. I am sorry to disappoint you. I won't be doing anything to cause confusion in the investigation going forward.
이 이야기는 이제 됐습니다. 애당초 사건을 조사하고 싶으면 해도 된다고 어설프게 승낙해버린 건 저였으니까요. 그러니 제게도 책임이 있을 겁니다. 하지만 앞으로는 아무것도 하지 말아주셨으면 좋겠군요.
Yikes.
수사에 도움이 되든 방해가 되든 그 어떤 것이든지 말입니다. 당신이 정말로 메리의 범인을 찾고 싶다면 저희를 도와줄 유일한 방법은 그것뿐입니다.
Aaron!
할 말은 끝났습니다. 여기 계속 있으면 업무에 방해가 되니 이제 돌아가 주시죠.
Wait, take this, please? Aaron held out his hands to usher me out, and I quickly put the basket of scones on his hands.
이건 또 뭐죠?
Scones and biscuits as a token of my apology. I remember that you avoided cakes and puddings when you last ate, so I thought something less sweet might be more to your taste. These might look like snacks for children, but it'll still be helpful to eat during your breaks.
전 이런 걸 받을 생각이...
I'm not taking no for an answer. Since I don't want to be interfering with your work, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. I swiftly left the station to prevent him from giving back the basket.
정말 마음 놓고 미워할 수도 없게 하다니.
He mumbled under his breath, standing there with the basket of scones in his hands. That evening, I finished the remaining paperwork and picked up a book, but I couldn't seem to read. What do I do now? The incident happened while I was conducting an undercover operation, and if something similar were to occur, it would cause more trouble for Aaron. Is it truly better for me to wait until the police find and arrest the killer? Couldn't stop thinking. Was all my work thus far just an obstacle in their investigation? Mary. The neatly folded handkerchief on the desk came to my attention, and I let out a big sigh. If I give up thinking and acting on my own with nothing to show for, no matter how many times I had thought this through, it always came to the same conclusion. I am sure to regret it. There was only one answer. Doing my best until I can accept that there is no other way left. I can't give up just yet. A weight was lifted off my shoulders as I wrapped up my thoughts. I got up from the sofa and pleasantly made my way to my room. In this silent night, the moon was slowly making its way across the night sky. Chapter 4. It was a clear, warm morning under blue skies, which was rare to see in London. I came to King's College, and it was bustling with enthusiastic students. It was unfortunate that Harvey was absent for a few days. I wanted to meet him earlier. On the first day I looked around, assuming that he was on campus, only to later hear that his lecture was cancelled that day. Everyone was surprised and wondered if he had fallen ill, as Henry had never skipped a lecture ever since he became a professor. On my second visit, I went straight to his office, but he wasn't there as he had no lectures to teach that day. After several fumbles, I checked multiple times that he had a lecture today with a strong determination to meet him. He should still be here. His lecture ended and he went back into his office. I didn't think it had been too long since I last saw him, but I was feeling slightly tense. I took a deep breath and carefully knocked on the office door. "Harvey, it's me, Bere." I couldn't hear anything from the inside. "Is there no one inside? Did I miss him again?" After a brief moment of waiting, I decided to knock one more time. "Harvey, are you in there?" I waited for a response, but I still heard nothing. For a final check, I carefully turned the knob to Harvey's office. It's open. Perhaps he is out for a moment? He might come back soon. I should wait inside. I quietly walked into Harvey's office. She does whatever she wants. That's great. The first thing I saw inside were the countless books and stacks of paper that were covering up one side of the wall. And on the sofa that was lit by the sunlight shining down from the window was Harvey. Aw, fast asleep. Sleepy boy. Hi. I almost called him out loud. I shouldn't wake him up while he's sleeping. I searched for a decent place to wait for him and stepped forward to the sofa on the other side when his head was bobbing a little and soon leaned to the side. I'm worried he might fall down. Would it be okay to support him there? I tried my best to keep quiet as I approached the sofa and sat next to him. He seemed to be deep in slumber. I thought I had made a lot of noise, but he still managed to stay asleep. Not long after, his head finally dropped, but my shoulder was there to support it. That startled me. Similar to Charlie, I couldn't feel an ounce of human warmth from him, no matter how close I was. I grew slightly nervous because I couldn't even hear Harvey breathe. For all I knew, he could have been dead, not asleep. And then the nervousness changed to anxiety. I was anxious how Harvey might notice how my heart started pounding after his head hit my shoulder. I don't want to wake him up. He's probably really tired. Stay still until he wakes up. What should I do? Lending my shoulder was no difficult task, but I was most concerned about his reaction upon waking up. Perhaps he'll be irritated, asking why I didn't wake him up, or perhaps he'll be embarrassed that he fell asleep on the sofa. Maybe it was better to wake him up now, pretending like nothing happened, but watching his vulnerable face that was fast asleep, it felt like a shame to wake him right away. Let's let him sleep a bit more. I'm getting sleepy sitting still like this too. Only the ticking sound of the clock, presumably on the office wall somewhere, was echoing through the otherwise silent room. Does Harvey take naps in his office often? One would normally be on edge when sleeping on the sofa in an uncomfortable position. Perhaps he was exhausted from a busy schedule during the time we hadn't met. Are you awake? I was absentmindedly passing the time when I heard Harvey's quiet groan coming from near my neck. Boo.
아가씨, 당신이 왜 여기에?
I'm surprised there's no CG, actually. Like, are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to give me a CG? I can't do this anymore. I tried to regain my composure and then gently shook Harvey's shoulder. Harvey, are you alright? However, he did not wake up. He merely furrowed his eyebrows. I should leave him be until he wakes up. Okay. Okay, it's the same.
나는 왜... 아가씨, 당신이 왜 여기에? 그보다 나는 왜...
Settle down. Nothing happened. I came to your office to see you, but you were fast asleep. I didn't want to wake you, so I decided to wait.
그게 문제가 아니라... 이게 아니지. 미안해요. 어깨 아프진 않아요? 얼마나 이러고 있었던 거죠?
I'm quite alright. You weren't resting your head on me for that long.
다행이네요.
As I had expected, he became flustered upon waking up, and seeing that helps me feel a bit more calm. He must have been very fatigued. Since Charlie doesn't sleep, I never knew vampires could sleep at all.
난 오랫동안 사람의 피를 마시지 않았으니까요. 어떤 방법으로든 에너지를 회복하지 않으면 살아갈 수 없는 거겠죠.
I see. Why did Harvey choose not to drink people's blood? It was a question that was stuck in my head ever since I heard about him from Charlie. However, I once again chose not to ask.
그나저나 오늘은 또 무슨 일로 온 거죠?
Well, I explained in detail how I tried to lure the vampire based on the imagery Harry read from Mary's belongings. However, how we ran into the robbers who took Mary's belongings in the first place. And how Charlie got arrested for unintentionally killing all the robbers.
그런 일이 있었군요.
To be clear, that plan was a failure. Aaron still had his suspicions about Charlie, so it would be difficult for us to get around like before. Thought maybe I could give up and wait until I hear from the police, but I couldn't do that. This is Mary we're talking about. I was hoping there was something more I could do, so I came to see you again, desperate for some kind of lead.
정말 당신은 무모하기 짝이 없네요.
Aaron said something similar too.
찰리가 항상 옆에 있었을 테니 그랬겠지만 그러다 정말로 심하게 다칠 수도 있어요.
Right. I aim to be more careful. I could tell that he noticed my arm and realized I had been injured. So, could you help me just one more time?
아가씨, 그건...
You're the only one I can count on now, Harvey. If not for me, then for Mary. For all the innocents who have been unjustly murdered. I know it's a difficult task, but please, could you give me one more clue? Harvey looked at me with a heavy-hearted expression, took a deep breath, and then nodded.
이미 당신에게 한 번 도움을 줬으면서 이제 와서 모른 척하는 것도 도리는 아닐 것 같네요.
Thank you!
사실은 이렇게까지 하기는 싫었지만 이번에는 제대로 된 방식으로 접근해보죠.
Properly?
당신의 피를 줘요.
That's fine, but I didn't bring anything that you can read from.
물건에 깃든 기억은 아주 단편적이고 또 수명이 짧아서 의미 있는 힌트를 찾아내기 어려워요.
Then what should we do?
메리의 사건 현장으로 갈 거예요.
Pardon? I was the one who pleaded for his help, but I couldn't accept his next words with glee. Using his ability at the scene of the crime means that he might see the actual act happen. He already struggled while reading the memory from Mary's handkerchief. I was worried the memory would traumatize Harvey. MC is so nice. I like her. Wouldn't that memory be too cruel for you to see?
이제 와서 그걸 걱정하는 건가요? 물론 사건 현장에는 잔혹하고 짙은 기억이 묻어있겠죠. 하지만 깊은 사념이 깃든 물건이 장소보다 더 무서운 곳을 보여줄 때도 있어요. 능력을 쓰는 순간 나는 그게 어떤 것이든지 무조건 눈앞에서 겪어야만 하죠. 이걸 피하고 싶다면 아예 사람의 피를 마시지 말아야 해요. 처음부터 그 방법을 막아버리는 게 최선일 테니까요.
Harvey spoke in a detached tone, and I was left with a heavy heart. Is this the right thing to do? Yeah, I would feel bad. Check again if he is truly okay with this. Are you really okay?
자꾸 물어보지 말아요. 그럼 나도 물어보고 싶은데 만약 내가 괜찮지 않다고 하면 여기서 그만둘 수 있어요? 다시는 찾아오지 않을 건가요?
I had nothing to say to Harvey's questions.
그러니 어설프게 걱정하지 않아도 돼요. 하겠다고 약속한 이상 최선을 다할 테니까.
I don't think he liked that, so I'm just gonna change it. Wait, no. He had already agreed to this, so there was no going back now. That was why I silently held my hand out to Harvey. Drink my blood. Damn, he's so pretty, what the fuck. Just enough for you to be able to move on after witnessing that memory. Similar to when Harvey first took my blood, I felt a slight sting on my wrist as soon as I finished talking. The liquid that was circulating within me just moments ago was now floating down the side of his lips.
당신은 역시 지나치게 무모해요. 내가 얼마나 마실 줄 알고 그런 얘기를 하죠? 이 피에 중독돼서 당신의 목숨이 끊어질 때까지 빨아들이면 어쩌려고요?
Do you truly think that will happen?
그건 아니지만
Quit trying to scare me. I know you won't be doing that.
정말 그럴까요? 난 당신이 지금 내게 베풀고 있는 이 일이 얼마나 위험한지 알려주려는 거예요. 갈증을 다스리는 법을 오랜 시간에 걸쳐 학습했던 나조차도 지금 이 유혹은 여전히 참기 힘드니까요. 당장이라도 달콤한 향이 풍기는 이 피를 입안 가득 머금고 만족할 때까지 목을 적시고 싶은 기분이 들거든요. 뱀파이어라면 누구든 다 똑같아요. 이것이 나에게 얼마나 커다란 쾌락을 가져다 주는지 깨닫게 되면 그때부터는 벗어날 수 없게 되는 거예요. 그러니 날 그렇게 쉽게 허락하면 안 됐어요. 정말로 내가 괴롭지 않을 만큼 당신의 피를 마시게 된다면
That's kind of hot.
이 방에서 영영 빠져나갈 수 없을 테니까.
Harvey. He gently bit on my wound, as if he was going to act upon his words immediately. Startled, I twitched and moved my arm. Harvey quietly chuckled.
이제야 내가 무서워졌나요?
It's not that. I just unconsciously.
걱정할 거 없어요. 말은 이렇게 했지만 피를 더 마신다고 해서 괴로운 감정이 사라지는 건 아니니까요. 그 능력에 대한 대가는 온전히 내가 감당해야 하는 것이지 쉽사리 무언가로 대체할 수 없어요.
Harvey, seemingly dizzy, closed his eyes and breathed slowly. He soon wiped his lips and stood up.
그럼 일단 가볼까요?
There are a lot of people out on the streets.
지금 시간에는 어쩔 수 없죠.
It was close to supper time, and Laker Street was bustling with people returning home and people making their way to dinner. Harvey was striding along the edge of the sidewalk to avoid bumping into the crowd. Seems that we chose the wrong time to come here. We should have waited until later in the evening.
피를 이미 마셔버렸으니 어쩔 수 없었어요. 불완전한 능력이지만 어떻게든 끌어내보려면 아무래도 마신 직후가 가장 수월할 테니까요. 지금도 조절이 어려워서 사람들과 부딪힐 때마다 의도치 않게 기억을 잃어버릴 정도지만요.
Was it always like this?
그건 아니에요. 갈증이 날 때마다 사람의 피를 마음껏 마시던 때에는 제 마음대로 능력을 쓸 수 있었어요. 지금은 어떻게 보면 부작용 같은 거죠. 젊을 때는 멀쩡한 얼굴로 마라톤을 뛸 수 있던 사람이 나이가 들어서 그때와 같은 거리의 마라톤을 뛰려고 하면 힘든 것처럼요.
Your body can't handle it.
맞아요. 그러니 당신은 신경 쓰지 않아도 돼요. 생명체가 세월의 흐름에 영향을 받는 것은 아주 자연스러운 섭리니까요.
We found ourselves in front of the crime scene amidst conversation. I could remember what the scene looked like on the morning I heard the news.
형사들은 없지만 폴리스 라인이 쳐져 있어서 그런지 아직은 보존이 잘 되어 있네요. 주변에 사람들도 없고요. 그나마 다행이라고 해야 할지.
Harvey, are you alright? I could see that Harvey's face became pale as soon as we crossed the police lines.
난 괜찮아요. 이 장소가 가지고 있는 기억이나 감정이 너무 강렬해서 굳이 능력을 쓰지 않아도 새어나올 정도라 영향을 받은 것뿐이에요.
Did you see something?
아니요. 그냥 온통 컴컴한 어둠만 있어요. 다만 수많은 감정이 요동치고 있는 게 느껴지네요. 깊이를 알 수 없는 공포, 누군가를 향한 악의, 혹은 동정, 슬픔, 억울함, 안타까움, 그런 것들 전부요.
Sympathy, sorrow, and regret? That's interesting considering the murderer. There's only the murderer and the victim, right? Why would there be sympathy, sorrow, and regret? I don't know. Harvey sat where Mary lied, put his hand on the ground, and closed his eyes. Harvey!
괜찮아요. 정말 괜찮으니까 가까이 다가오지 말아줘요.
I could only watch from a distance, worried that I would influence the memory he was trying to take in.
조금만 더. 어두워서 여전히 잘 보이지 않아요. 불빛이 조금만 있었더라면.
His silver blonde hair, which had always flowed with elegance, was slowly becoming drenched in his pain-riddled sweat. A couple drops of sweat fell to the faint blood-stained ground like rain.
드디어 나타난 건가?
Is he witnessing the actual murder? Hearing Harvey mutter under his breath, I unconsciously took one step forward.
저건 뭐지? 하지만 저런 건 발견된 적이 없는데.
What's he talking about? Did he find new evidence? I was overwhelmed with curiosity, but all I could do was stand still until Harvey opened his eyes. Right after his mumbling, Harvey immediately stopped moving. I don't want to disturb whatever process he had, so I waited a moment before talking to him. Harvey? Is it over? Harvey? Something was wrong. Harvey's head was hanging low, and there was no response coming from him. A shiver of premonition ran down my spine, and I was about to run towards him when I saw his still paralyzed body falling sideways. Harvey!
상태가 좋지 않군요. 일단 저택으로 옮기죠, 아가씨.
Charlie's voice echoed through the cold alleyway as he caught Harvey before falling to the ground. Are you awake? Harvey was carried to the guest room bed, and he slept like a dead man. Charlie didn't seem to be too concerned. He had said how it was due to Harvey's exertion, and that a few nights of sleep will help him recover. However, I was the one who caused his exertion, and I couldn't rest easy. Took care of some paperwork after coming back to the mansion, and checked on Harvey in the guest room whenever I had the time. Approximately 2 days has passed. I went to check on Harvey first thing in the morning, and he finally opened his eyes.
여긴 어디죠? 당신은 왜 여기에? 그때 사건 현장에서 기억을 읽으려고 시도했던 것까지는 생각이 나는데.
You collapsed after that. I didn't know where you lived, so I brought you to my mansion.
그랬군요. 제가 어떻게 여기까지 온 거죠?
당연히 제가 데리고 온 겁니다.
He's so upset. Disoriented, Harvey scanned the room and frowned upon seeing Charlie by the door. He immediately shoved the covers aside and stood up.
의도치 않게 신세를 졌네요.
Wait, sorry.
난 이만 가볼게요.
Wait! As expected, Harvey stumbled as soon as he took a step forward. Charlie, anticipating the outcome, was already next to him to hold him up. Harvey regained his balance with a startled expression and quickly shook off Charlie's hands, as if shaking off a pest.
당장 움직일 힘도 없을 텐데요. 다 죽어가던 뱀파이어가 혼신의 힘을 짜내서 능력을 썼으니 한순간에 상태가 무너질 만도 하죠.
당신이 상관할 바가 아니에요.
전 상관하고 싶지 않지만 안타깝게도 아가씨는 저와 뜻이 일치하지 않아서요.
Harvey, you need some rest. I know you had your qualms about Charlie, but I'd like you to stay here. If you need more blood to recover, you can drink mine.
그런 건 됐어요.
Despite his cold tone, he seemed to have realized that he needed to take it slowly. He sat down on the side of the bed. I was worried it would be ill-mannered of me to ask as soon as he woke up, but I decided to make the most out of this momentary silence that occurred. Were you able to see anything when you used your ability at the scene?
그때
Harvey closed his eyes to remember that night, but soon opened them while shaking his head.
미안해요. 분명히 그때 뭔가를 발견했던 것 같은데 너무 많은 기억과 감정이 섞여 있어서 그런지 좀처럼 머릿속에서 그림이 명확해지지 않아요. 내가 본 게 정말로 도움이 되는 정보인지 아닌지조차도 지금은 알 수가 없어요. 정리되면 알려줄 수는 있을 것 같은데 그게 언제가 될지도 모르겠고요.
I see.
최선을 다해보겠지만 좋은 결과를 가져다 주지 못해서 미안해요.
I felt depressed watching Harvey apologize with a disappointed expression. It was true we had expected more from this, but it was my fault that he had fallen ill. Harvey, do you think you can walk?
당연하죠. 아까는 갑자기 일어나서 다리에 힘이 풀렸을 뿐이에요.
Then, would you accompany me for a little stroll?
외출이요? 아직 볼 일이 남은 건가요?
Well, in a way, yes. I wanted to do something for Harvey in return. Made him face horrible, cruel memories and emotions before, So this time I would create a joyful memory instead. A few days had passed since I was out on the main street, which was still bustling and vibrant.
이곳은 여전히 사람이 많네요. 여기서 뭘 할 생각이에요?
Well, I didn't have a specific plan.
그러면 왜 나온 거죠?
I just wanted to eat something nice, meet people, and chat about nothing, and spend the day being unproductive. Me, I wish.
뭐라고요?
Harvey looked utterly confused from my context-lacking declaration. Aren't you tired of being cooped up in King's College? The campus looks beautiful, but I found it insufferable to be constantly surrounded by uptight nobles.
잠깐만요. 아가씨. 대체 무슨 말을 하고 싶은 거예요?
I'm suggesting that we relax and cool our heads. Perhaps by aimlessly wandering around, your memory might stabilize and you might recover. So let me introduce you to some things I like, and occasionally things I think you might like. Since I probably know more about this area than you. Made a confident grin. First,
여긴
this is Amors. Have you ever been here?
알고는 있었어요. 이 근방에서 유명한 가게니까요. 저와는 인연이 없어서 혼자 둘러본 적은 없지만요.
That makes sense. Since vampires only drink wine and probably don't drink dessert or black tea. He still looked confused as to why he was brought here.
아가씨, 어서 오세요. 아가씨와 같이 오신 분은 혹시 킹스 칼리지의 하비 로스 교수님이신가요? 맞아요. 저를 어떻게 아시죠? 가끔 다른 교수님들과 함께 여기 오셨잖아요. 그분들은 여기 오래 다니신 단골이라 다 얼굴을 알고 있는데 항상 구석에 혼자 서 계셔서 누구신지 궁금했거든요.
Sounds like me.
그런 적이 몇 번 있었죠. 일일이 다 기억하고 있다니 대단하네요. 뭘요? 이곳에 찾아오시는 손님들의 얼굴을 기억하는 건 당연히 제가 해야 할 일인걸요.
Felix, Harvey is the professor of psychology in King's College. His lectures are riveting and he's incredibly popular among students.
역시나 공부를 많이 하신 분이었군요. 그러니까 저희 아가씨와 친하게 지내는 걸 테고요. 어쩐지 좀 부럽네요.
That's true. I like how his name is included in the Steam thing, but like we haven't gotten a single CG of Felix, I don't think. Like, what is this discrimination? What are you talking about? We're close too.
아가씨, 그렇게 말씀해 주시다니 항상 정말 다정하시군요.
So you've got nothing to be jealous of. By the way, do you have that wine today?
어떤 와인이요?
Sweet wine that goes well with cake.
디저트 와인 말씀하시는 거군요. 안 그래도 오늘 독일에서 상인이 왔기에 몇 병 쟁여두었어요.
Great, I'll take all of them. Also, I'm heading to the orphanage, so I'll take loads of cookies and bread as usual.
고아원? 그건 상관없지만 지금요? 어떻게 들고 가시게요?
I'll carry it myself.
네? 아가씨가 직접요? 그럴 수는 없어요. 찰리는 어딨죠? 차라리 그가 들고 간다고 하면 맡기겠지만 아가씨가 직접 들게 할 수는 없다고요.
I know it's meant to be sweet, but I actually really hate it. It's like my personal pet peeve when guys treat me like a damsel in distress. Like this, like it's just bread, dude. It's fine.
그럼 제가 들고 가죠.
Like, if a guy can carry it, then we can both split it. So I can carry it too. It's not a big deal. I'm really fine.
펠릭스의 말에 동의해요.
My god.
와인 몇 병에 빵까지 챙기면 무게 갖게 될 텐데
God.
그 많은 걸 백 작가의 영예에게 들고 가게 할 수는 없죠.
Fine.
이러면 괜찮겠죠? 네, 그럼 지금 꺼내올게요.
Felix took out 3 bottles of wine and an assortment of cookies and bread from storage and handed them over to Harvey.
이것도 그럼 같이 이번 달 납품에 달아둘게요.
Thank you. I'll see you again.
만나서 반가웠어요. 아가씨, 잠깐만요.
I was leaving the cafe satisfied when I heard Felix's voice and turned around.
저번에 드리려던 그 체리 푸딩 케이크요.
I want it.
지금도 있는데 한 조각 드릴까요? 드셔보실래요?
Cherry cake? I tried to remember what he was talking about. Oh, poor Felix. I vaguely remembered Felix offering some cherry pudding cake on the day I found out about Mary's murder. Oh, from that day. It did look good. Should I ask for just one slice? I swear to God, if I get a bad ending again, I think there's something wrong with Felix because so far we get no CGs. And last time I tried to do something nice with him, I got a bad ending. So let's see. Ask for one slice. No. Then I'll take one slice, please. I'll eat it with Harvey since we have the dessert wine.
교수님이랑요?
Oh, are you jealous? Is it a small slice? Will it be too little for 2 people?
아니요. 그렇지는 않아요. 지금 준비할게요.
Felix seemed to hesitate for a moment, but soon boxed up the cake like nothing happened.
여기 있어요.
Thank you, Felix.
네. 아무쪼록 입에 잘 맞으시길 바라요.
With a skip in my step, I left a morse alongside Harvey. Oh.
감히 네 놈이 그걸 먹어?
Okay, so clearly we have a yandere in our hands. I mean, I just want to eat cake, man. Like, it's not a big deal. I just wanted to eat cake, and I've gotten 2 bad endings now, so yeah. I guess it's safe to assume that somehow I managed to find a green color coded man twice in 2 different games, 3 including Amnesia, who likes to murder. What is this? Are all yanderes green?
그게 어떤 건지 알지도 못하면서
Okay. Wait until you hear the detective we spoon-fed. What? In a dark, silent space within King's College. Also, isn't he a vampire? Can he die from just getting stabbed? Someone, covered in blood, was faintly twitching on the ground. I was so thinking, because, like, it's funny that he's killing someone just because they ate cake. Like, I died twice from cake. Well, not me, but, you know, people dying twice because of cake. It's so funny.
죽여버릴 거야.
Chill, it's just cake, my guy.
전부
I really can't take him seriously because, like, we spoon-fed, we fed a guy steak. Someone drank blood from our neck. Another guy drank blood from our wrist, and he gets like this just because we shared a cake with someone. Like, what? Okay, babe, chill.
나와 그녀의 사이를 막는 것은 전부
Chill. That was the start of another tragedy. One that triggered another chain of madness. That is hilarious, though. I love that.
황혼의 유령.
How dare you eat it? this game's great. I love that. That was so funny. Only 5 CGs for all the guys, and that's sad. Okay. Fine, I guess I'm not eating cake. I'm okay. No, I'm not hungry at the moment, so I'll have to decline. I'll try it on my next visit. How does that sound?
그럼요. 언제든지 생각날 때 오세요.
Goodbye. With a skip in my step, I left Morse alongside Harvey.
이제 어디로 갈 생각이죠? 아까 고아원에 갈 거라고 했던 것 같은데 진심이에요?
Why would I be joking? Well, yes, I was. We're heading to the orphanage next. With a big smile, I took Harvey's hand and led us to the next destination. Hi, welcome! Sorry I didn't see. I hope I didn't ignore you for too long. Harvey and I went to different locations on Laker Street all day. We went to the orphanage and handed out the snacks we got from Morse. We walked around the marketplace and made conversation with some merchants. Some people seemed to be curious why I was with Harvey instead of Charlie, but I didn't bother providing an answer. The sun was slowly setting, and we finally arrived at the last destination of our long journey.
어서 오십시오. 아가씨, 오랜만이네요.
Hello, barkeep. How have you been doing?
그럼요. 덕분에 항상 번창하고 있습니다.
I'm glad to hear it.
여긴
It's a bar that I occasionally stop by at while I go around overseeing the town. It's a famous bar with a long history. The locals stop by to have a drink after their daily routine. As a child, I would accompany my dad and visit the bar from time to time. That's how I've been acquainted with the owner for so long.
그렇군요.
I took a seat at an empty table, where Harvey was carefully looking around, perhaps unfamiliar with the atmosphere.
오늘은 뭘 드릴까요?
I'll have a glass of beer. Will you give us an opener and a wine glass as well, please? Today's job was so tough. And it didn't pay much either. He said he was going to increase the pay. Well, he says he will give us a bonus next time. Let's continue working for now. You're having a baby? That's incredible! Come on, cheers everyone! Cheers! A place where countless people share drinks, joy, and sorrows alike. And this place was far from nobility, but I liked that.
정말 의외네요.
Why? Because you didn't expect me to come to a place like this.
그러네요. 킹스 칼리지에서 귀족들을 많이 상대하다 보니 선입견이 있었던 걸지도 모르겠네요. 그들은 이런 곳에 절대 오지 않을 거라고.
Most don't. As you can see, we're the only ones with neat clothes. That's alright though. A lot of people are aware that the Linders occasionally visit this establishment.
그렇군요.
Is it your first time at a place like this?
사람들을 따라 비슷한 곳에 몇 번 가본 적은 있지만 분위기를 따라가지 못해서 금방 나오곤 했어요.
Ah.
맥주 한잔하고 와인잔 여기 있습니다.
I received the bottle opener from the barkeep and opened the wine bottle with ease. This place is famous for their beer, but I'm sure you prefer wine. I want to preface it by telling you that this is a special kind of wine. It will be quite different from the ones you've been drinking so far. That's why we stopped by Amorce. I want you to try this. I poured the wine into Harvey's glass, and he replied with a faint smile.
고마워요.
Cheers! I indulged myself with the cold beer that quenched my thirst, while Harvey's eyes widened after taking a sip of the wine.
단맛이 느껴져요.
I want sweet wine too. It's called the dessert wine. What do you think?
와인에서 이런 맛을 느끼게 될 줄은 몰랐어요. 이런 것도 있었군요.
Right? I quite fancy it, so I occasionally drink it myself as well. It is expensive though, and as it isn't produced in England. There must be countless amazing foods for around the world that we have yet to taste, don't you think?
그렇겠죠.
You can't taste food. That's kind of mean. Harvey nodded and took another sip of the wine as the sound of a violin playing upbeat jazz music began spreading throughout the bar. Drunk people stood up from their seats and started dancing, while Harvey and I relaxed while watching the scene. When I was almost done with my beer, an idea came to mind. Both sound awesome. I want to see him drunk, but I also want to dance. I stood up from my seat, walked up to Harvey, and held my hand out. Let's dance!
뭐라고요?
It's the perfect setting. It'd be a shame to just watch.
아니, 잠깐. 난 춤추는 법도 몰라요.
I've never danced at a place like this either. So forgive me if I step on your feet. Harvey looked confused until he heard what I said and smirked.
그건 나도 마찬가지예요.
He got up from his seat, took my hand, and we walked towards the center of the bar together. The bar was vibrating with cheerful jazz music. I stood in a familiar position across Harvey and put my hand on his chest. He's blushing. God, I love it when my men blush.
이런 거에 꽤 익숙한가 보군요.
Like I said, I have no idea how to dance to this kind of rhythm. I'm merely starting from a point that I know best. Oh, pretty hands. I could feel his cold hands against mine, but that wasn't a problem at all. It was, dare I say, cute to see him wobble around not knowing how to function. Let's just try moving into the rhythm, with no concern for any technical things. Oh, he's so cute! Oh my god! Okay, sorry, let me just appreciate it for a bit. He's so cute. He's like Zen from Mystic Messenger, if Zen was not a twat. So cute, I love him. We started taking steps to the rhythm, and we were somewhat making it work. Harvey seemed awkward the whole time, merely following my steps.
이게 맞는 거예요?
Cute boy. It might be incorrect. But what if you are? No one here cares. All of us are dancing however we want, just enjoying ourselves.
그건 그러네요.
I could see my reflection in his dark crimson eyes, which were anxiously darting left and right. His silk-like silver blonde hair flowed alongside us as we danced. Ooh. I was staring into his face and I accidentally tripped and stumbled. I accidentally stepped on Harvey's dress shoes and looked up with a remorseful expression to find...
결국 당신이 먼저 밟아버리는군요.
God, this game's great. Apologies.
괜찮아요. 예고까지 해줬으니까요. 마음의 준비는 하고 있었어요.
Has Harvey ever smiled this brightly before? I couldn't help but stare at Harvey, whose eyes were arcing beautifully as he smiled.
확실히 이런 경험도 처음이에요. 오늘 하루 당신과 보낸 시간은 이제까지 해보지 못한 것들 뿐이었어요.
Did you just like it?
아니요.
There was no hesitation in his answer, and he looked more relaxed than ever.
즐거웠어요.
So cute.
죽기 직전에 이 순간을 돌이켜봤을 때 좋은 추억이었다고 자신 있게 말할 수 있을 정도로는요.
That sounds good. I wanted to give him a clearer goal in life, but perhaps it was too soon. I smiled, trying to hide the bitterness I felt inside. After all, there were plenty of new things he could experience. We came back to our table after indulging ourselves in the music while dancing in the crowd. Do you still want to leave the mansion right away? He quietly filled up his glass.
와인이 정말 맛있네요.
Do you like it?
솔직히 말하자면 그래요. 좀 더 일찍 알았으면 좋았을 거라는 생각이 들 정도로요.
I'm glad. Harvey sighed and sipped on the wine that was slightly darker in hue than blood.
사실 찰리의 말이 맞아요. 평소에도 몸 상태가 좋은 편은
I
아니었는데
don't sorry.
최근에 부쩍 잠이 많아졌다는 걸 느껴요. 그게 바로 내가 원하던 바였으니 괜찮을 거라고 생각했는데 당신의 부탁을 승낙한 뒤로 이런 나 자신이 조금 답답하게 느껴지게 됐어요. 아마 당신에게 동조하게 된 거겠죠. 무모한 짓을 해서라도 메일이라는 그 메이드에게 조금이나마 도움이 되고 싶은 그 마음에 이끌린 거예요.
Harvey,
처음에는 당신이 일방적으로 부탁한 것뿐이었지만 결국 이 일을 도와주겠다고 한 건 나 자신이에요. 하지만 제대로 된 단서를 아직 아무것도 찾아내지 못했죠. 그나마 저번 사건 현장에서 뭔가 읽어낸 것 같았는데 지금까지 떠올리지도 못하고 있으니
he gently spun the glass he was holding, as if to sort his thoughts.
그래서 좀 더 린델가에 머물러 보려고 해요. 날 어디선가 감시하고 있을 그 뱀파이어의 시조의 길을 빨아먹으면서 적어도 내가 봤던 그 기억이 제대로 생각날 때까지요. 그러니
He held out his glass towards me. I was well aware of what that meant. Held up the glass of beer that I had been topped up and smiled.
앞으로도 잘 부탁해요.
It was getting darker outside. We shared more glasses in the midst of those who were cheerfully chatting about. That was cute. It kind of... Oh, okay. Let me see what he does if we just get him drunk. Here. Offer more wine. I turned towards Harvey and saw that his glass was empty. Would you like some more wine?
그래요.
I was glad that he liked the wine, but something was missing. I wish I could enjoy this moment a little more. Feeling stuck, I turned my gaze to find the answer was right in front of me the whole time. Oh, okay, so it's back to dancing, but we don't get a CG. Oh, we do get a CG! Okay. Because earlier, when I did it with the butler, Charlie, we didn't get a CG. Thing is, it's been 3 hours since I streamed, so I kinda am tired. But at the same time, I don't want to finish the game. This is frustrating. Fine, one more. The next day, like any other day, I woke up one time and handled some business until it was tea time at 3 o'clock. Put down my pen, got up, and stretched while sighing. I feel more tired. I'm feeling more tired than usual.
종일 돌아다니다 술까지 마시고 밤늦게 저택으로 돌아오셨으니 더
You're-
쿨하시겠죠.
You're just jealous. I had never planned to drink that much. It just happened. We were drinking and having a conversation.
꽤 즐거운 시간을 보냈나 보군요. 제가 아예 그 자리에 없는 게 나았나요?
Aw, you're jealous. Why would you say that? It might have been better for you to come out and join us.
제가 있으면 합의가 편하지 않았을 겁니다. 그건 아가씨가 원하는 바가 아니니까요.
That's true, but Even though Harvey was going to stay here, it did not seem like they were going to get along at all.
며칠간 경찰서 주변의 소문을 들어보니 수사는 꽤 난항을 겪고 있는 것 같더군요. 이제까지 확보한 목격자들의 증언 외에는 증거랄 것이 아무것도 발견되지 않아서요. 하다못해 우연히 뭔가를 찾아낸다고 해도 사이코메트리를 할 수 있는 인재가 있는
Psychometry. So I was right. I wasn't sure it was psychometry. I didn't want to sound dumb, so I didn't say it was psychometry, the term to read memories of objects, but I guess I was right in my
그게
mind.
정말로 도움이 되는 증거인지 파악하기는 어렵겠죠.
Right. I took a moment to think while sipping on the Earl Grey tea that has gone cold. Perhaps I should leak some of the information I have to them.
어떤 정보를 말씀하시는 거죠?
Stuff like how the perpetrator might be a vampire.
글쎄요. 그 얘기를 그들이 믿어줄까요? 뱀파이어가 범인일지도 모른다. 이걸 어떻게 알았냐고 물으면 사이코메트리로 기억을 읽었다고 말씀하시려고요?
He sounds like he thinks we're stupid, which I mean we are being right now, but come on.
애당초 뱀파이어의 존재를 믿을지조차 의문이긴 합니다만.
You don't have to be so sarcastic. I was just thinking out loud. Never mind. Whatever the case may be, I think we should help Aaron. It will help in proving your innocence too. Mentioned how there was still a detective doing rounds near our mansion?
아가씨가 원하신다면 그렇게 해야죠.
Let us make our way to the station later.
그럼 외출하실 준비를 하겠습니다.
Charlie gracefully bowed and left the study. There's something off about Charlie. He always takes my side. Why does he seem so sensitive today? I felt uneasy, but I couldn't figure out why. He's on his period, probably. It had not been long since my last visit, and the station was still bustling with people. Someone who was trying to report an ambush by robbers, someone who was arrested for pickpocketing. There were a variety of people in the station. Let's not be too discouraged. It will be okay. Could still remember Aaron's cold look from when I had brought scones and biscuits after Charlie's release. It still made me nervous, but I couldn't back out.
또 여기까지는 무슨 일이죠?
Aaron! Aaron found me standing in the corner of the station, a location I settled on out of fear.
다시는 볼 일이 없을 거라 생각했습니다만.
Well, of course I'm here again. Mary's case hasn't been solved yet.
꽤 당당한 발언이군요. 그 유력한 범인을 놓아준 게 당신 아니었습니까?
I was about to raise my voice, but I managed to stop and collect myself. I told you, Charlie isn't behind this. He has no motive to kill Mary.
제가 그 말을 왜 믿어야 하죠?
Because Charlie and Mary are both people who are dear to me. I know them well, so of course I am refuting your accusations.
그게 진실이라면 언젠가는 다 밝혀지겠죠. 그 말 하려고 여기까지 온 겁니까?
No, I'm here to tell you something else.
그럼 말씀하시죠.
I took a deep breath, sorted my thoughts, and continued. I would like for you to help me find evidence. He already told you to stop investigating, girl. I know I'm getting in the way of your work. This is probably not gonna do it me any favors, since Charlie is still under suspicion.
그렇다면 왜?
Aaron remained confused. I wasn't sure what would be the right thing to say. I think I'll say I'll be helpful. Just being out of the way is not enough. You can trust me this time. I'll try to be of help to the investigation. No, I will be helpful.
당신이 대체 뭘 할 수 있다는 겁니까?
Okay, maybe he doesn't like that. I don't know, I
또
thought he would.
저번처럼 잠복 수사라도 해서 다치면 어떡하려고요?
Are you concerned about me?
당연한 겁니다. 귀족이든 사람이든
Oh,
레이커가의 시민이라는 건 변함없으니까요.
I was already happy. His tone was still cold and unfriendly, but his words were felt warm. I smiled. I thought the police couldn't find anything, even after investigating night and day. Perhaps with me around, you'll be able to find something new, just like Mary's belongings I found after I talked to the girl.
그런데 그 유품을 가지고 있던 강도들을 처음에는 그냥 보내줘 놓고 나중에 만나서는 결국 죽인 거고요?
Aaron's comment hit a sore spot, and I was momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, that's why I'm trying so hard to make up for it. Besides, that wouldn't have happened if the police knew about them before I did. My retort left him speechless this time.
제가 무능했던 걸
Oh, baby, you're not.
좋아요. 그렇게까지 얘기한다면 한번 해보시죠.
Are you serious?
가시죠. 안 그래도 나갈 참이었으니.
Date! I was finally able to join Aaron and be the legitimate part of the investigation. Excited, I went after him. After leaving the station, we decided to prioritize the areas where the police had not done legwork yet.
일단은 빈민가로 먼저 가보죠. 사건의 대부분이 그 근처에서 일어났으니까요.
Sure. We were about to make our way there when Aaron was greeted by the owner of a flower shop in the commercial district. Detective, are you out on a patrol?
안녕하세요. 최근에는 안전하십니까?
Better. I haven't seen the man around these days. I'm very grateful for your help.
혹시라도 또 찾아오면 경찰서로 신고하세요.
It looks like someone that Aaron helped in the past. He's a police officer, so that makes sense. They exchanged a few words, and we took a couple more steps forward when...
들어드리겠습니다. 366번지셨죠?
He's so nice. Oh, thank you, detective. How sweet of you to help every time.
조심해서 따라오세요.
This time, he carried an old man's belongings all the way to his house. I guess he helped... Old man or old woman? I guess he helped her out multiple times too. And when I finally thought we were going to move on... Aaron, have you seen my child?
바비 말입니까?
Puppy? How cute.
제가 항상 잘 지켜보라고 말했을 텐데요. 대체 이게 몇 번째죠?
Well, it's just he left while I was in the loo.
잠시만 기다리세요.
With a small sigh, he walked to a nearby dessert cafe and came back with a child.
대개 이 시간에는 항상 그 가게 앞에 있더군요. 간식이 먹고 싶어서 그런 것 같으니 가끔은 사주는 게 어떻겠습니까?
That's me as a child. Thank you, Aaron. I'll find him myself next time. He was so quick to find that child too. I guess it happened several times. On our way out of the main street, Aaron would get stopped by several people and would end up helping them. That was why we arrived at the destination hungry and weary, a long while after leaving the station. Are you always this busy?
바빠 보입니까?
You are busy. You keep getting more tasks to take care of. I thought a detective like you would focus on the case and nothing else. I didn't expect you to be doing so much.
강력 범죄를 해결하는 것만이 형사의 일이 아닙니다. 매번 말하지만 이 지역의 치안을 지키고 시민이 안전하게 살 수 있는 곳을 만드는 것도 제 일이고요.
Right. My comment was to express my surprise, that's all. You've carried out all the tasks without a hint of annoyance, even though it seemed like a hassle.
저는 당신만큼 여유로운 환경에서 자라지 않았고 그만큼 이곳의 어두운 부분도
You
많이
don't have to be
봐왔습니다.
mean.
형사가 되기 전부터 저는 이런 상황이 답답하게 느껴졌고 어떻게든 바꿔나가고 싶었습니다. 하지만 제 힘으로는 도무지 바뀌지 않는 일들이 이 세상에는 훨씬 많았습니다. 누군가는 귀찮게 생각할 만한 일이라도 제가 그것을 성실하게 해냄으로 인해 뭔가가 바뀐다면 몇 배로 더할 겁니다. 한심한 일이지만 지금 제가 할 수 있는 일은 그 정도밖에 없다는 것도 알고 있으니까요. 그래서
Aaron turned to look at me in the eye in the middle of his sincere speech. I was met with his indisputably honest gaze. We made brief eye contact, and my heart sank as if I did something wrong.
당신에게 기대했던 겁니다.
No. Now I feel bad too. It's not even my fault.
당신은 저보다 더 많은 것을 가지고 있고 뭔가를 바꿀 수 있는 힘을 가지고 있으니까요. 그리고 변화를 불러일으키고 싶어하는 사람이라고 생각했습니다.
I'm sorry.
사과할 필요는 없습니다.
Aww.
멋대로 기대했던 제가 잘못이니.
Don't say that. You don't say that. I'm feeling terrible. I felt slightly ashamed of myself listening to Aaron. I was aware that, as the heir of the Linders, I was responsible for the lives of many. I was raised and educated to be able to handle that responsibility. Therefore, I assumed I would be able to play my part. But maybe I was just looking away from the fact that all my knowledge was just a small part of the bigger picture. Carefully continued after some thought. I don't think we should ask him to expect more for us because he already thinks we're shit. So, ask for his help. You're right, Eric. I still have a lot to learn. The stacks of paperwork that grows higher every day is a handful, and it's sometimes difficult to understand due to my lack of experience. I occasionally come out to watch people's everyday lives and hear their stories, but that's merely the tip of the iceberg. I'm not a brilliant person, so I can't get by without the assistance of others. However, if someone is seeking my help, I want to help them to the best of my abilities, just like you, Aaron. So, I would like to ask you for your help. I'd like your help so that I can use my influence towards the right cause.
정말 제 도움이 필요할 거라고 생각합니까?
I'm certain of it. There are things that only you can do after all. I answered without hesitation, and he smiled.
그렇게까지 말한다면야 당신에 관한 인상을 제고해 보겠습니다.
This place is important to me as much as it is to you, after all. It was unexpected, but it was pleasant to hear Aaron's private thoughts at a place like this. I turned to him with a smile. Thank you for being honest. Aaron stared at me for a moment before he ran his hand down his neck and looked away.
고마워할 필요 없습니다.
Is he blushing? Oh my god, he's blushing. He's blushing. Guys, he's blushing. Oh my god, I'm dying. So cute, baby. Okay.
저도 그저 투정 부린 것뿐이에요. 어른스럽지 못했습니다.
We all have those moments. We wrapped up the not-so-brief conversation and continued on our journey. After doing a lap around the slums, we also paid a visit to an area that was home to nobles who were not very friendly towards policemen. However, we couldn't obtain much information until the sun had set. We tried extending the scope of the investigation to the other cases as well, but we still couldn't get much information.
고작 하루 발로 뛰어서 얻을 수 있는 정보였다면 경찰이 벌써 찾아냈을 겁니다. 목격자 증언을 포함해도 쓸만한 정보가 극히 적어서 여태까지 범인을 특정조차 할 수 없었던 거고요.
This is really rough. Is there really no other way? I don't think I can be any of help like this. I was lost in thought walking down the street when I caught a glance of a Morse's sign. Aaron, do you know this shop? Have you been here before?
메리 체프먼 사건이 바로 이 근처에서 일어났으니 그때 당시 탐문 수사를 하러 온 적은 있습니다.
Would you like to go in then?
그럴 필요는...
Come along, let's head in. I remember asking Felix if he knew anything about the case on the morning after Mary's murder. It was fruitless at the time, but I thought something might have changed since a decent amount of time had passed.
어서 오세요.
Felix's eyes widened as he saw Aaron and I walk in together. I mean, I guess I understand where he's coming from, like why he's jealous and stuff. I mean, we change guys every day, and it's never him. So I get it. I get his frustrations.
형사님 아니세요? 아가씨와 아는 사이이실 줄은 몰랐네요.
Good afternoon, Felix. I guess you've met Aaron as well?
말씀드렸잖아요. 얼굴은 알아도 이름은 모르는 분들이 많다고요. 메리 사건 때 가게에 와서 제게 이것저것 질문하셨거든요. 그때도 왠지 들어본 이름인 것 같긴 했어요.
안녕하세요.
두 분이 같이 들어왔다는 건 저번처럼 또 무슨 일이 있는 건가요?
Not quite. We're just doing a joint investigation of Mary's case. Felix must have remembered running into me on the day of Charlie's release.
여긴 왜 들어온 거죠?
Wait, let me just charge my battery real quick. Okay, sorry. Morse is pretty famous in these parts, and a lot of young women frequent this cafe. Which means a lot of rumors go through this cafe. So I wanted to see if Felix heard any useful information.
그렇군요.
들은 거요? 제가 뭘 말씀드려야 하나요?
최근에 이 지역에서 일어난 살인 사건에 대해서요. 메리 체프먼 사건 이외에 다른 사건의 목격자가 있다거나 혹은 그런 이야기를 하는 사람을 본 적이 있습니까?
글쎄요. 아시겠지만 그런 사건은 시간이 지나면 지날수록 근거 없는 소문이 많이 떠돌게 되잖아요. 손님들끼리 소곤소곤하면서 여러 이야기가 오가긴 하지만 정말로 도움이 될지는 잘 모르겠어요.
That's more than enough.
그런데 제가 어딘가에 그걸 적어놨던 건 아니어서요. 혹시 다음에 그 손님이 오면 다시 얘기를 들어보고 메모해서 드려도 될까요?
그것보다는 레이커가 경찰서에 와서 아론 데일리를 찾아달라고 전해주시죠.
I don't think they want to. That's scary.
그게 좋겠네요. 그렇게 할게요.
We didn't get any immediate information, but it didn't seem like we could do much else. Actually, I remembered the scones and biscuits I handed him and wondered if they were to his liking. Did you like the things from the other day?
그때라뇨?
The basket of scones and biscuits I left you. I chose desserts that were more savory, as it seemed like you disliked cakes when you visited the Linder estate.
그런 거였군요.
He finally seemed to remember my gift. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke up with an apologetic tone. Oh no, he didn't eat it.
잠시 급하게 해결해야 할 일이 있어서 바구니를 책상에 두고 나갔다 왔는데 그새 전부 없어졌더군요.
I would have thrown a massive fit. Sorry?
먹어도 되는 간식이라고 생각했는지 동료들이 전부 먹어버렸다는 걸 나중에 깨달았습니다. 진작 말했어야 하는데 미안합니다.
I'm gonna throw a fit, just a little bit. I'm feeling upset. I understood that it was shared, but it was a little shocking that he didn't get to try any of it. That is a little upsetting, to be honest.
미안해요.
I understand, though. You couldn't do anything to prevent it, and I was the one who forcibly gave it to you. Well, I'll remember to bring some more next time, so that you'll be able to try one first.
그러지 않아도 괜찮습니다만.
No, this wasn't a question.
그래요. 고맙네요.
그러고 보니 그때 스콘과 비스킷을 잔뜩 사가셨었죠?
What about the other one? I want to see. Feel a bit upset, but I decided to focus on the fact that he apologized and was open and honest about it. It's alright, I understand. You're all detectives working hard. I'll remember to bring some more next time so that you'll be able to have some after your colleagues have a taste.
아니요. 그건 제가 너무 염치 없는 게 아닐까 싶습니다만.
I'm offering. Don't worry about it.
이해해줘서 고마워요.
그러고 보니
I don't know which one he
그때
liked
스콘과
more,
비스킷을
but I like
잔뜩
the other
사가셨었죠?
one more, so let's do that one. I'm upset. I want to give him a hard time. Yeah.
그러고 보니 그때 스콘과 비스킷을 잔뜩 사가셨었죠?
I did. I wanted to see if he liked them, but seems like he didn't get to try any.
그건 아쉽네요. 그럼 지금 시식해 보실래요? 구운 지 시간이 좀 지나서 따뜻하지는 않지만 그래도 먹을만 할 거예요.
Are you sure?
그럼요. 아가씨의 지인이잖아요.
How come you're nice to this guy, but not the other guy? The fuck?
아니요. 전 됐습니다. 애당초 이런 디저트를 즐겨 먹는 편도 아니고.
Why don't you just try one? Felix offered a scone that was on the counter, but Aaron kept turning it down. Didn't even get to try any of the ones I gifted him. Feeling bitter, I picked up the scone. Happy, 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 happy. His eye color changed. Here, just try one bite. I held out a small piece of scone in front of his mouth, and Aaron started blushing. He took a look around and complained in a hushed tone.
잠깐. 꼭 이렇게까지 해야 합니까?
Cute! You didn't seem to mind it when you took the slice of steak from me.
아니, 그때는
Right in front of Felix. No wonder he's killing everyone. My arms are hurting. How long will I have to hold this up?
당신은 정말.
He sighed and took the piece of scone in front of him with a face as red as the tomato. It reminded me of when I thought I could get closer to him through the meal at the mansion. Feeling satisfied, I grinned. What do you think?
솔직히 말하면 무슨 맛인지 잘 모르겠네요. 전 배가 불러서 이만 나가 있는 게 좋겠습니다.
He's panicking so hard. Wait, Aaron! Thank you for the information, Felix. I'll see you again. Aaron practically fled from the scene, and I rushed after him. Really? Felix didn't react at all? Aaron, wait for me. Where are you going anyway?
밤이 늦었습니다. 일단 저택으로 돌아가시죠.
What? You want me to go home? I was taken aback, and Aaron stopped in his tracks and looked at me. Just a moment ago, he was red to his ears, and now it seemed like he calmed down after getting some fresh air.
탐문 수사라면 내일 얼마든지 또 해도 됩니다.
But I haven't been of any help yet.
애당초 당신에게 큰
True.
기대는 하지 않았습니다. 오히려 이 시간까지 백 작가의 영예가 돌아다니는 걸 누군가가 보게 된다면 피차 서로 간에 좋은 소문은 돌지 않을 것 같습니다만.
But
설마 저번처럼 스스로 미끼가 돼서 함정을 파려는 생각은 아니겠죠? 위험한 일은 시킬 생각도 없고 허가하지도 않을 겁니다.
I wasn't planning on it. I had already learned about the consequences of acting recklessly, and I was not about to repeat the same mistake. However, as someone who confidently claimed she could be helpful, my ego did not permit me to give up here.
말했을 텐데요. 수사는 내일도 할 수 있습니다. 얌전히 저택으로 돌아가세요. 데려다 드릴 테니.
No, no need. Since Charlie would be watching from nearby, there was no need for him to escort me all the way back home. Told him I was going to prove to be useful, but I failed to accomplish anything. I didn't want to be more of an inconvenience.
필요합니다. 당신 역시도 레이커가의 시민인데 이 시간에 혼자 저택까지 돌아가라고 할 수는 없습니다.
It's truly fine.
왜 이렇게 쓸데없는 고집을 부리는 겁니까?
Right then? Okay, let me just save. Because I want to see what will happen if I just do the other thing. Another basket, and then skip. Okay, so it's the same thing. I'm sorry, please forgive me. How dare you steal food from me? Brats like you need to be taken to the police to be taught a lesson. I was starving. Please, sir, mercy. In front of a shop somewhere in the commercial district, a man dragged a little girl by her hair and threw her onto the streets. The weak, scrawny girl got on her knees and begged, but the man held out his hand as if to smack her.
이런...
Aaron approached the two without hesitation. He grabbed the man's wrist and spoke. Who are you? Let go of me.
폭력은 좋은 해결 방법이 아닙니다. 일단 진정하시죠.
Huh? Who do you think you are? The man shouted as he wiggled his arm, but Aaron did not let go. Ah! Flustered, the man gave up and let his arm go limp. Aaron then let go of his wrist.
경찰입니다. 무슨 일입니까?
Police officer? Great! This bitch tried to steal my bread. Take her away. She's probably part of that group who go around the neighborhood stealing food. I beat up the one I caught last time, but it seems like this bunch still hasn't learned their lesson. I'm sorry. Please, mercy. The child's face turned pale after hearing the word police, and the man kept raging. Aaron stood still, listening to his words, and helped the girl up on her feet. Huh? As I got a better glimpse of the child, I realized she had a familiar face. It was the child who witnessed the robbers looting Mary's body.
사정은 알겠습니다. 이 소녀는 제가 연행해서 데리고 가죠.
Great. What? Satisfied, the man stepped back into the store. Meanwhile, I was staring at Aaron, shocked by his reply.
가시죠.
As he started walking with the girl, I came back to my senses and blocked Aaron's path. Wait, where are you going?
죄를 지었으니 마땅히 벌을 받아야겠죠.
Are you really taking her to the station? That's too harsh.
사정이 불쌍하다고 모든 범죄를 다 눈감아줄 수는 없습니다. 먹고 살기 힘들수록 양심적인 선을 지킬 수 있어야 올바른 어른으로 자랄 수 있는 겁니다.
I agree with your sentiment, but is this really necessary? She was just hungry, and look at how scrawny she is. My lady, I'll educate her about wrongs and their consequences, but for now, can we please get something for her to eat? Aaron remained silent for a while, deep in thought. He soon let out a sigh and started talking.
안 그래도 그럴 생각이었습니다. 먼저 장소를 좀 옮기죠.
Aaron left the commercial district and took the girl to a restaurant a little ways away. His eyes were fixed on the child as she stuffed herself with food. Thank you so much. I feel so much better.
앞으로는 조심하는 게 좋겠어. 그 상점가는 최근에 도둑들에 관한 신고가 많이 들어오고 있으니까.
Okay.
범죄는 저지르지 않는 것이 가장 좋겠지만 그렇게 하지 않으면 다들 굶어 죽을지도 모르니.
I expected him to be more opposed to crime itself and thought that he wouldn't bend when it came to rules. He's more flexible than I thought. It felt like I got to see a new side of him while spending the day together. People should be handing out food every Monday at 220 Laker Street. How has that been? I tried to go often, but kids like us have trouble even going near that place. What? Why is that? The adults from the slum get food first. We have to wait until they're sated and leave. The orphans go around sunset when the others starts leaving, but there's not much left by then. That's horrible. I was aware that not all who were on the streets would get a filling meal. However, it stung to face someone who I wasn't able to help. I'm sorry. I'll try to come up with a solution so that you don't have to risk your safety and steal. Words were all I could offer. We walked the child to a safe location and found ourselves alone, walking through a dark alleyway.
바래다 준다고 해놓고 이 시간까지 나와 있게 해서 미안합니다.
Don't worry about it. I was here out of my own volition.
일단 갈까요?
I walked next to Aaron, and we slowly made our way to the Linder estate. Earlier, at the commercial district, did you say that just for show?
맞습니다. 형사라는 입장상 당당하게 어린아이를 구해줄 수는 없으니까요. 약자라고 해서 무작정 감쌌다가는 반대로 사람들의 반감을 사게 되고 결과적으로는 어린아이들이 더 힘들어질 겁니다.
That makes sense. Exactly. I haven't thought that far. I just thought it was harsh of you.
그 장소에서는 그렇게 보였어야 했으니 당신이 느낀 게 맞습니다.
And I guess I fell for it. I didn't. Bleh. I smirked at Aaron's comment and he grinned back.
레이커가 220번지는 린델가에서 오랫동안 해왔던 자선 행사이니 저도 알고 있었습니다. 빈민가에서 살 때 많이 얻어먹었으니까요.
Really?
그때에도 지금처럼 어른들의 텃세가 심했습니다. 하지만 저는 어지간한 사람보다는 체격이 크고 힘이 세서 쉽게 음식을 얻어올 수 있는 편이었죠. 그렇게 받아온 걸 이 근처에 사는 친구들이나 동생들에게 나눠주면서 배고픔을 달래곤 했습니다. 결국 제게 돌아오는 양은 적었지만 맛은 아직까지도 선명하게 기억이
What a
납니다.
sweetheart.
그때는 이런 맛있는 음식을 무료로 제공해주는 사람들은 대체 어떤 이들일까 궁금했습니다. 그래서 나중에라도 만나게 되면 꼭 고맙다고 말하자고 생각했습니다.
Aaron. Aaron stopped, turned back towards me and made a gentle smile.
인사가 좀 늦었네요. 그때는 고마웠습니다.
Aww.
지금도 여전히 포기하지 않고 이곳의 사람들을 지키려고 노력해줘서 고맙습니다.
I almost teared up listening to his heartfelt, sweet voice expressing his gratitude. I cleared my throat a few times to hold back the tears and smiled back at him. I'm relieved to hear that our efforts so far meant something to you. No matter how hard we work, there's a limit to the results or achievements we can see firsthand. It concerns me from time to time. I worry about if I'm doing it right. But thanks to what you said, Aaron, I feel slightly more confident.
저도 이런 말을 하게 될 줄은 몰랐습니다. 당신과 시간을 보내면 보낼수록 새로운 면을 보게 되는 것 같아요.
Oh. My eyes opened wide from what Aaron said.
왜 그런 반응을 하죠?
Well, I actually had the same thought earlier. I was thinking how I got to see a new side of you while spending time together.
그만큼 오늘 하루가 꽤 인상 깊었던 거겠죠?
It seems so. I wanted to help the investigation, and I was upset that it was about to end without any new information. But it wasn't all for nothing.
말했지 않습니까? 하루 이틀 돌아서 될 일이 아니라고.
Right. But as long as you let me, I will continue investigating by your side.
마음대로 하시죠. 하지 말라고 해도 당신은 나 몰래 어떻게든 돌아다닐 테니까.
Absolutely.
그럴 바에는 차라리 옆에 붙여놓는 게 속이 편할 것 같습니다.
Seems like you have a better understanding of how I operate. We exchanged some light teasing words and were about to leave the alleyway when... Ah! The piercing shriek of a woman suddenly echoed through the street. With no hesitation, Aaron started running towards the scream. Wait, I'm coming too! I rushed to follow him with a sense of deja vu, remembering what happened at the commercial district. We ran through the labyrinth-like alleyway in search of the source of the scream. When we arrived, I froze at the terrifying sight. The distinct metallic smell that was carried by the thick wind, and the inky pool of liquid on the stony ground of the ill-lit alleyway. I instinctively knew what the object lying still in the middle was. Aaron, who had arrived first, was blankly staring down at the scene.
이건
Someone's? Everything turned white, and my mind went blank. The longer I stared into the tragic scene before me, the harder it was to breathe and hold myself up. What do we do? The police! We have to report it! No. Erin's a police girl. Or we should check if she's still alive. The moment I thought of the word, I began shaking. I remember the morning I stood above the white cloth that was covering Mary's corpse. Was it the same person? Aaron, perhaps the killer is nearby. Oh, he can't deal with blood. I remember thinking that, but I don't remember where. There was something regarding... Oh, right, we got injured on our hand and he reacted strongly. Aaron? Aaron! I shouted Aaron's name, trying to grasp onto what little sanity I had left within me, but no answers returned. I feel like this will get me a bad ending if I do it wrong. Investigate around the area? If this happened just now, the killer might still be nearby. With that logic, I left Aaron behind and ran. Yep, definitely gonna lead to a bad ending, which is good. We ran across several alleyways, checking each corner, but my footsteps were the only things that echoed through the unoccupied alleyways. Is no one here? I stopped and realized something. Where am I? I think I came too far. I looked around to find my way back when... Ah! Someone jumped out in front of me, and the distance between us rapidly closed. And before I knew it... What? How many robbers are there? What is it with these token robbers that you're just throwing out like D&D encounters? What? This is for my brothers! My vision started blurring and a warm liquid started gushing out of my stomach. I looked down and saw my palm covered in crimson red, only to realize that this person had stabbed me. Charlie... Where's Charlie? He should have been nearby, but I couldn't see him. Die! Die! You must suffer, just as my brothers did. He leapt on top of my body that was now on the ground and swung his arm again and again. Die! A burning sensation spread throughout my body as I slowly closed my eyes. How many robbers are there? After this one, we're gonna get like a fifth one.
황혼의 유령.
There's so many. Okay, so... Interesting. So there's one more bad ending left. I'm going to stop here today. Getting the bad ending is a perfect time to close it. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, everyone. I will be back to stream more of this, either tomorrow Wait, no. Shit. No, I will be streaming next time, either tomorrow or in 2 days, to play another game because I want to know if I should buy that game or not. Like, if it's interesting, I'll buy it. Just like today. So, I have to do that before the winter sale ends, which is why I have to put this game aside and then play another demo. But once that game's done and I decide whether or not to buy it, I'll continue this game. Okay? Okay. See you guys next time. Thank you so much for watching and bye-bye!